Hi everybody. It's got Daigyakten Tuesday, I guess. So hi. This is the Great Ace Attorney, from the collection, but obviously we're gonna start by playing the first game because it's the first one. I haven't played the Great Ace Attorney ever, so it's gonna be a really exciting blind experience for me, and you're gonna keep it that way. Under great threat. Please do not spoil me on this game. I have not played it. But anyway, yeah. I see no reason to stall, except for reading a donation. Party and Joker with the $2. Both case 1 and 2 are slow-paced, so get ready. Gotcha. Okie dokie dokie dokie. Yeah. I don't think there's really anything else to get into. Let's just do it. New game. Alrighty.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation.
Okay.
The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some were swept away by the tide.
Gotcha. Ah, the classical setup. Oh gee.
But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
No! Not our guy! Shit. The Adventure of the Great Departure. Alrighty. Oh my god, the sound. It sounds like a big shot. Ah! Help! Help me! Oh no! Please! Please! I just started the game! Okay.
I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening.
This guy does, our little guy does have a British accent, right? I'm correct about that, correct? Also, yeah, I might want to turn the sound down. Okay, let me do that. I was hoping I could keep it a little bit louder, but oh well. Okay, he does. Gotcha, gotcha.
How can it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan waiting to decide my fate? What? Oh, no, nothing. Save your blurs. Murderer! Sorry. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now here I am, waiting my trial. That's enough!
Oh, okay. Different person. Actually, I'm gonna turn down the sound, not on you guys' end, just a little bit more on my end, because it actually is a pretty loud game. I wasn't expecting that. Just let me know if the audio balance is still off as we go, because you know, we're starting a new game, new application and everything, so might require a bit of adjusting here and there. Anyway.
He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today.
Oh, really? Okay.
Lawyer? Yes. And until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you'll hold your tongue. Technicalities. Look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. And yet I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right, Ryunosuke? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, no, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Cosmo, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. You go again, apologizing. Just like always. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not! You have to believe me! I didn't do it! I could never murder someone. Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean... I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. Cosmo Asogi, my best friend. Also in his second year at Yume University. But he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact.
What the hell was that screen? That was weird. I don't know if you guys saw that.
He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive considering he's still an undergraduate. It's not that impressive.
Iconic Laser 6794 with the $5. Fun fact, Yume University is implied to be a precursor to Phoenix's alma mater in the original Japanese. Oh, that's fun. I like that. We did? That was weird. Yeah, I have no idea what that was about. Well, let's hope that doesn't persist.
The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old. Here in Japan, anyway. My qualifications don't mean much. Yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Cosmo. Truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all this started. Congratulations, Cosmo. It looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I know. I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes abroad. So, you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you. I'm proud as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Cosmo's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple.
Omega Records with the 5. Completely missed this was happening tonight amidst all going on. Moves tomorrow. Fun fact, I first played this duology when you made the AA3 video. Oh, nice. So it's been a little bit.
I want to bring about a change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. If only it were that simple. Oh dear, good time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow, then. Oh, whoops. Didn't mean to click so quickly. What did he say at the end there?
Partner. Okay, gotcha. Your classic Aibo. Alright.
It was straight after that. That's when it happened. Asogi, may I have a word?
I don't know who this is. Oh, okay. Oh, hey.
Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now. Asogi, you should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. Your advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at university before. I see. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. Alright then, Ryunosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes, thanks, Cosmo.
I know, Wince, you're so totally right. Wince said by the end of this live stream, Marcy won't be able to undo her British accent. I get, like, the echolalia really bad whenever I have to read for, like, characters with certain manners of speaking or, like, accents or whatever. Where I'll just, like, in my own idle time to myself, I won't be able to stop talking in that accent. It's so fucking annoying. Nikki, to answer your question, on the whole, I think Dual Destinies is fine. It's alright. That's pretty much it.
This is awkward. If I may? Yes, sorry? You must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe? Yes, that's right. My name is Yujin Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Ah, Professor Mikotoba. I've heard that name from Cosmo before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Cosmo studying abroad. Asogi's told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. And they were best friends.
What's the term for male yaoi fan again? I couldn't make the joke because I couldn't remember it off the top of my head. Something. I don't know. Fujoshi is a female yaoi fan. Real. Fudanshi. Okay, yeah.
Oh, I'm a bit of a Fudanshi myself.
Hime Joshi is a female Yuri fan. MB Nails.
As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asogi's been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked and never granted again.
What?
As I suspected, you were unaware of this. I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. He's agreed to defend me knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? But I don't understand! Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favourable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it! I swear it! I'm not a murderer. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry? What do you mean? You'll soon understand, once proceedings get underway. But then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do? But what will the question be? Surely not. Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant! Court's about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. It seems our surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving! There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. This is it. If this trial goes badly, Cosmo's dreams of studying abroad are over. What's more, you're found guilty of murder. So, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence. That trial would decide my destiny. Oh my god, please help! I'm just gonna keep doing that every time we hear that sound effect. So is a courtroom.
You're looking a little nervous there, Ryunosuke. I wonder if people can tell that you're scared.
Ooh. Supreme Court of Judicature. Oh, God, that's a hard word to say. No court in the land has more power. I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. The powers that be have demanded that this be a secret trial. A secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll become clear in time. But for now, you need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin.
The pain XP. Oh, wow, that's an intimidating judge.
The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. As is the defense.
Before we begin, there's one point of order I'd like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate.
That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself.
Normal procedures for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to the trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I'm obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial?
This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do... I need to answer quickly. What should I do? Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate for his defense.
Yes!
What's the meaning of this unruly outburst?
I would like to inform the court that... I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself!
You'll be...
What? What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikitoba told me everything, just now before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. I think I won't be able to get you off.
Whoa. Okay, hold on, buddy. I mean, let's worry about phrasing for a second here. No, I have no doubts of that. You have no idea. Okay, Astrap over the 2. A man defending himself has a fool for a client. I mean, you know, we'll see. Don't count him out now. We'll see how it goes. All right.
No, it's not that, really. It's just that, well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes. I knew that's how you feel. Which is exactly why I decided not to tell you.
He's pouting.
Professor Mikitoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in.
Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial.
Well. Does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel, really?
Objection!
Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Yes, exactly! Exactly what I wasn't thinking. Not confident at all. In fact, my mind is a complete blank. I realize you're in charge now. Still, try not to look so bewildered. Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court... You must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed.
As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo?
Yes, Your Excellency.
It's therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you've undertaken.
My competence? What does that mean?
He's questioning your ability to do the job.
Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am.
So let's start with the very simplest of questions.
Yes.
Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case.
Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I care to remember. But... wait. I'm so nervous I can't even remember that! What was it again?
Ryunosuke.
Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank? You know me so well. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that.
It's simple. You can access the court record with a press of B. RB.
What the hell is that?
Don't worry about it. If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there.
I just have to press RB for the court record? Alright, there's no time to lose. This is the list of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people instead with RB.
Find details about the victim in here. You're done, just press B to go back.
Okay, so we got Cosmos profile, we got Nikitoba. Of course, it's Aochi. I love that they kept his surname from the Japanese version, just like Ryunosuke's, because of the setting. John H. Wilson. The victim of this case, he was a visiting professor of medicine at Yume University from the British Empire. Interesting. Astro Boy with the 2. Ellen Wyatt was actually practice for this game. I'm fucking right. And Omega Records with the 2. A real reason for accents is to practice for Phoenix, Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright. Oh, jeez. That's John H. Watson in the original? Are you fucking serious? Wait a minute. John H. Wilson. Oh, yeah, that's... okay. So he's Watson in the Japanese version. I know of another name change that comes up later, so that's funny. Jeez. Alright.
So, remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Now you better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the people section of the court record, then press Y to present. Try it now.
Yes! Yes!
The victim's name was, Dr. John H. Wilson. Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Yume University 3 years ago.
Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you will be aware, we've just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations.
Can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman's been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yume University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor? But I didn't do it.
This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter.
In other words, our feeble government's scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. Nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. Fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Oh dear, the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this.
I'm glad that Harvard Inspector picked up on the fact that because I already do Pain in sort of it's a very sniffly kind of voice. So trying to apply a British accent to that just kind of naturally makes it sound like Chris Ayres Frieza to me. So that's just kind of what I was going for a little bit.
See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think. Wait. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still. I should go and say hello. I should kill him immediately. Oh, right, I forgot. I saw an Englishman and I immediately felt the urge to murder him. Oh, jeez. So, I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson.
Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Norohoda.
Yes, Your Excellency.
How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life?
Yeah, Lazarus, I just figured, I mean, like, I'm gonna be doing the accent so much anyway that, like, I'm kind of just leaning into it for most everybody. That's kind of the vibe that I got from, just, you know, in general. But if there are any particular characters where it's, like, really stressed that, like, no, this person doesn't have the accent, then, like, I can definitely veer for that. It's just kind of easier if you're, like, already giving most everybody the accent to kind of go back and forth because, oh man, goodness knows I'm already having enough trouble trying to keep track of everything anyway. if I'm gonna be doing the voices like this, so might as well make it easier on myself, I suppose. British. All right. I think one of them has an Irish accent. Oh god, I would suck at that. I would totally butcher that, unfortunately. Okay. Anyway.
How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death.
Cause of death? Well, obviously that was,
Captain Salty 7335 with the 10. Something I loved about this duology and a factor that already is making itself apparent is how important geopolitics and nationality matter to the setting. It drenches these two games fantastically. Oh yeah, I was thinking about that a second ago where I was like, wow, this game is already like way more political than Ace Attorney 1 was at its start, so it does kind of make the setting a little bit more immediately interesting to me. Death occurred a little after 2 p.m. and was caused by loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. I mean, yeah, we saw the gun in the flashback, so I kind of figured, but...
Ryunosuke, remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select to present. Do it now.
Yes!
My badge! Well... according to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma.
Hemorrhagic. Fucking idiot.
Oh, right, yes, of course, I'm sorry. Learn to read, you imbecile. That's the post-mortem report, I take it? Sorry, yes, that's right. The post-mortem report. West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. Here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later. This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range.
Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record.
Photographic print of the victim has been entered into the court record.
So, that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible.
Very well. I'm satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial.
Omega Records of the Five. Yeah, to add on, a lot of the duology draws from the actual historical parallel. Acts like these that Ryu is accused of were actual things that occurred. Interesting.
Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better appraise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. This is it, then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. Professor? You mean Dr. Mikitoba? Yes. Clearly, you're the defense lawyer today, not me. But that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Ah, of course! When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Cosmo Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Cosmo. Well, my first piece of advice is, rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please.
Of course. My name is Sot.
Oh my god. It's actually kind of... I'm, like, great at Japanese pronunciation, not to fucking brag, but doing it with the accent is actually makes it, like, 10 times harder for some reason.
My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I'm the head waiter at a Western-style restaurant called La Carnival.
Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some,
It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me.
Well, it really should. As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants. An Occidental eatery 3 days ago.
Understood. Hosonaga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident.
At once, sir. And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please. Perspiring, maybe, but aspiring?
It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have few diners at that time of day. Well, the lunchtime rush was over and there were only 3 tables still occupied.
That fits in with my memory of it too. There was hardly anyone else in the place.
It was when I was in the kitchen putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair.
He didn't even get to eat his steak. That's so fucking sad. You gotta shoot the guy before he can even eat his steak. Can't you wait? Can't you give him a minute? Fuck, man. Anyway.
And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Yes! Yes! Hold on. Let me just clarify something here. While I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him.
Objection!
I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur. But...
The next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you'll be penalized, Defendant Naruhodo. Don't worry, Ryunosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must quietly listen to the witness.
If I may confirm one point, waiter, standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today?
Yes, without question.
I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? No. There was no one else around the table but the deceased Englishman and the university student.
Normal Gay Bro, I would assume, like, because Normal Gay Bro said, for context, I'll forever maintain that yes wasn't a great choice for the translation. Would I be correct in assuming that Ryu's original interjection is just hi? If anyone knows the answer to that, anyway. Okay, yeah, it's hi. Which, yeah, I mean, like, generally, yes, you can translate hi as yes, but it's a bit dependent contextually. There are a lot of words like that in Japanese that have sort of different connotations in different contexts. But pretty sure the fan translation translated this bit as sir. Oh, that's an interesting one. That is an interesting choice.
There was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Huh? Wait, what did he just say? There was no one else around that table? What's the matter, Ryunosuke? That's just not right.
Did I miss a super? Oh, okay. Flawless Walrus with the 2. If he got it well done, the steak was already wasted. I mean, yeah, true. That's true. Yeah. Well, anyway.
When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was a woman sitting opposite him at his table. Really? And that's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do?
I mean, interject, man. Let's get in there.
Yes! Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Objection!
Astrap over the 2. He thinks I might have spotted him.
Dear me, what are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud.
The fucking fraud allegations? Oh, the defense lawyer is a fraud. He has no aura. He has no sauce. Oh, jeez.
Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer at all? But I'm sure of what I saw. Osanaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy? No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please, have a look if you'd like to.
Omega Records with the 2. That piece of beef was packing heat, you donkey. Angoshti with the 2. Marcy, do you have any niche Yuri recommendations? Well, I mean, you already have a Zato icon, so I don't know. Off the top of my head, yeah, I don't know. I'm drawing a blank right this second, but Captain Salty with the 7335, with the 7335 with the 2. Oh, Naruhodo, you're not a bum, are you? Fair warning, by the way. I know for these first Ace Attorney streams, sometimes they get pretty active. So if there are a bunch more super chats, which I totally appreciate and I'm very grateful for, thank you so much. But if there are a bunch more super chats in a row all the time, I might wait until, like, you know, maybe like a pause point to like go through and read a bunch of them, as opposed to reading all of them the instant that they come in, just to kind of keep things on pace a little bit, so I'm not like pausing every few seconds. So hope that's okay. Just letting you know.
Let me see. Ah, a sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by yourself, I presume? That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation.
However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter.
Thank you, sir.
The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence.
Oh, well...
Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once.
Of course. Here you are. What was that about? It's been completely calm and collected until now. Something certainly seems to have shaken him. Waiter's business. Oh, wait, yeah, that's, that's just the... Yeah.
What if I just let that loop for, like, yeah, several minutes?
So, the court has now heard a precis? A precus of the case.
Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant. The only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we're looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo?
Yes, Your Excellency.
If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court's willing to look mercifully upon you.
In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to court. But I must warn the defense, if you're determined to pursue matters further in this trial, the prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. What do you think? What do you think I should do, Cosmo?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual about these peculiarities. About these peculiarities. You've said it, Professor Mikitoba's said it, and so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this.
As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that,
you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face. Is that it? What?
If the accused is in fact innocent, and the defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary, are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Yunosuke. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Then we'll just see how decisive this evidence really is. Indeed. Prosecutor Aochi, please continue with proceedings.
Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. The prosecution calls its next witness.
Very well. Officer, bring forth the witnesses at once.
Oh, these are fun character designs.
Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court.
Yes, sir! The Great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Iyasanosa reporting for duty, sir!
Myself, I find employers a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the efflorescence of our nation Nippon, and conduct my trade from Rasute, humble premises in the 2nd District, Churio Kurekuta at your service. An antique dealer and a soldier. Ah, what an unusual pairing.
Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question.
They must be the diners at the other table where the waiter mentioned.
Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma in the establishment in question, always post noon, and not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the curios with which I make my business.
I can't understand a word that old man is saying. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at La Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets La Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct?
Affirmative! The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir. It was that black-uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearm, sir.
This man is as impossible to understand as the other. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. So, this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start.
Now, the court will hear for your formal testimony, please. You'll state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred.
Sir, yes, sir. Standing by, ready to report, sir.
Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon.
What the witnesses saw.
I was ingesting a regulation beef steak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man.
Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman.
At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back the cowardly little weasel...
I was on my hands and knees, investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio.
Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second where the defendant fired the weapon at the victim.
Yes, sir! Affirmative, sir! That wicked university cadet, sir! The cruel and unforgivable enemy!
What times we live in when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day.
But this is ridiculous! I didn't shoot anyone!
Is that really true, Ryunosuke?
Yes, all I did was pick up the gun that I saw lying on the floor. After I'd said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then, when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant. When I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down and, just as I was picking it up...
Well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was.
There is?
Ryunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses.
Cross-examine?
Do it now.
As we've heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It's time to bring this despicable student to justice.
Certainly. The testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it's my grave duty to declare the verdict of this trial. What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst?
I mean, the defense demands its right to a cross-examination! Dear me, dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic. Huh? How did he know? The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
Objection!
The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Cosmo is so commanding.
Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses.
All right, this is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witness's statement. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means what that soldier said has to be a lie. Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it. The key to doing that is evidence. Right, evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness's lie. Now let's go, Ryunosuke. Don't let them beat you! All right then. It's all or nothing.
Alrighty, let's get going. Okay, I'm gonna look at the court record real quick, because we're not actually working with that much at the moment. So, death occurred a little after 2 p.m. Single bullet fired at close range, fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma, no exit wound. Bullet did not pass through the body. Okay. We have the picture here. You can kind of look around. Interesting. Looking at that steak. Getting hungry. We have the little card. So that's the kitchen, that's the entrance. So yeah. Okay. Alright. Gotcha. Okay, I was ingesting regulation beef steak at this restaurant. A tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was installing riches. Flying curio to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. A black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Oh, that's not right, because you can clearly see in the picture that he was shot in the chest. So, fuck off!
What? What are you playing at, cadet? What's the meaning of this subordination? Thrusting some photographic print in my mustache?
Inconsistency, sir! I mean, yes! There's a clear inconsistency here. What nonsense. What can this print possibly tell us that we don't already know? Well, obviously, that's, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth. I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom. This is so frustrating! Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. Cosmo. What? What are you talking about? It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement. What? Sergeant Ieson Nosa.
Yes, sir. What, sir?
The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel.
Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir.
Yes!
But no! That just can't be!
And why not, cadet?
Because... Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind.
That's the obvious discrepancy here.
Well, how do you explain it?
Well, hello, the baby.
What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again.
Certainly. There is a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa?
Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were, firmly fixed on the delicious La Carnival steak, sir.
What?
The last testimony the court heard has proved one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Ieso Nosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all.
That's absurd!
I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There's no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom.
Yo, the achievement. Didn't pop up on the thing, but it says Inconsistency Seer was the name.
There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial.
Say that again? Say that again?
Complete turnabout in the mood of this trial. Just from that one discrepancy. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about.
A what? Say that again?
But I definitely saw him. That university cadet there was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back.
I don't know if you knew, but a lot of the names in this game has actually been localized to have name puns that work in English, even if the name sounds foreign. Huh, yeah, I think I do remember hearing that at one point, but that is an interesting fact. Okay. Actually, I'm gonna take a second, like, we haven't hit a checkpoint yet or whatever, but I am gonna take just a second to, like, read out some donation messages. Omega Records with the 5. If I recall correctly, Takumi loved this gimmick so much he brought it over from Professor Layton versus Ace Attorney. I agree with it. Genuinely one of my favorite carryovers from the crossover. I assume you're meaning the double witnesses thing, which is interesting to me. Captain Salty with the 2. Naru's nervous animation is so charming, man. Yeah, he's a great protagonist so far. I do find him very fun. And Fuzza123 with the 5. Yay, Greatest Attorney is my favorite AA game of all. Love how it comes right out and says, this one's about racism. Hope you love it. Yeah, I definitely got the hint, but yeah, I'm really interested to see where it goes. All right, let's get back into it.
Yes! But I never fired that gun! All I did was pick it up off the floor!
And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either?
Myself, I've already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor.
Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you showing? What were you doing?
I saw the baby is showing in the chat and got it mixed up with the line there for a second.
Hunting for treasure.
Treasure?
Indeed! The Hohe Era coupon, my prized coin! On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it is my habitude to place in my bosom pocket a particular trinket of interest from my shop Rasute.
In the hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you?
On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military man that I proffered my Hohe treasure. I believe that he would purchase such a rare find. I did not. I was presented with little alternative. And then, after averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished.
The Kobon vanished?
Hunting around under the table I was, in case mayhap it had fallen there, and then it happened.
Kind of sounds like somebody was trying to distract you, or could be like the theft could be involved with the motive as well. I mean, I don't know. I guess it's a little too early to say, but something going on there, certainly.
You heard the gunshot, you mean?
Indeed I did! but I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded Hohe treasure. Nothing could distract me!
Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end?
No.
Okay, yeah, so that's definitely suspicious then.
I see.
That lamentable day, the precious Hohe Koban was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself. As I'm sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government's promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive, no matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British. It would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Ouchie?
Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. My witnesses have further testimony to make.
Explain.
Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What?
He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Very well. The court invites the witnesses to testify again. We'll thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear?
As clear as Kiriko glass, Your Excellency.
Yes, sir. At once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify, sir.
Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think.
Affirmative. The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name Ido.
It seems that those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny.
Ido.
Attention! Your father is about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy.
Aw, that's cute.
Even if what I say wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing.
Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that young lad in black. That much I myself did see.
Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present.
Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself.
Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out!
These testimonies are certainly compelling.
Wait! That's nonsense! The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all! Please, enough of these outbursts already! Oh, but there was a woman! There was a young woman at his table! You must have seen her! Everyone there must have seen her! Objection! If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. It's evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact.
Is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime, counsel?
Indeed, of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. Wait, he did eat a little bit? Or wait. It's strange.
Okay, well, it does actually look like maybe that could be the amount. I'm just like, wait a minute. Steak conspiracy? Did the person who shot him eat part of his steak and then leave? Can you fucking imagine? You're like, I can't let the steak go to waste, though. Oh, jeez.
Indeed, of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As can plainly be seen, there is only one place set.
Certainly, based on the appearance of this print. It would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else.
This doesn't make any sense.
The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record.
Okay, I do kind of want to compare these pictures for a second, just to make sure that I'm not, like, fucking tripping. Okay. Hold up. So, does this look consistent with the other scene? Not entirely. Or, well, I don't know, it could just be out of view, but well, no, actually, you can see, like, the very corner over here. I was about to say the flower vase wasn't there, but that looks about like it would just be the flower vase over here in the corner. You can't quite see it because of the border, but and the silverware looks the same, and the glass looks the same, and the bottle looks about the same. So, yeah. I don't know.
I don't understand. What's going on here?
Okay, I have seen people saying, look at the glass. I appreciate you pointing things out, but I will say this is just a reiteration of the usual rules. Please no hints about anything. That is, I would appreciate that. Although they look kind of the same to me, honestly, but maybe I'm missing a little thing there. Just liquid in one of the glasses? Is there? 'Cause I don't see it in that one. Oh, well, I mean, I guess it's very hard to see. Yeah, I guess. Okay, well, I mean, to be also clear, is it a hint if we're guessing too? I'd prefer if you not necessarily, just because there's no way for me to really know whether, like, a certain person in the chat has played or not. I would generally prefer not, just in general. Just kind of makes it easier for me not to, like, overthink, like, oh, is somebody trying to spoil something in the chat? But, anyway. Not a big deal, just letting you know. Okay. Anyhow.
It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman.
The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well.
But that's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him.
It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies we've just heard leave no further room for doubt.
Astro Boy, I didn't miss your super. I'm just waiting until, like, at select points to read supers so that I'm not having to read them, too frequently during and stagger the reading too much, just because we got a lot to get through. So I will circle back around to it. Don't worry about it.
These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that our Taketsuchi Aochi will have contributed to the amity of the two greatest empires, these two great empires, is an honor. How can this be happening? The church is ready to rule.
Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet.
I assume, yeah, it's Cosmo.
What?
If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now's your chance to expose it. To draw out the truth in your cross-examination.
I don't know, Cosmo.
The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick. Understood?
Rules can be so unbending at times.
Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing.
Yes, pointing this gun at the foreign man he was, that young lad in black, that much I myself did see.
Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present.
Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself.
Therefore, no one other than the black-clad uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out!
What do you think, Ryunosuke? What's the matter? Can't find anything. I can't find a clear discrepancy anywhere. I'm done for. I can't win this trial. No. Listen, first thing to do is calm down. Can't expect witness statements to be full of holes every time. So just take your time and try to tease more information out of them first. What do you mean? You choose to either press or present against each of the witness statements. If a witness is saying something you're suspicious about, press him on it with LB. With a little luck, you may get more details, which could prove to be crucial. What is LB? Don't worry about it. Right, I see. The important point is there's no sense in holding back. If anything even slightly jars with you, press the witnesses on it and press them hard. All right, got it. Press them like blocks of tofu. The professor wasn't alone in the restaurant. I'm sure of it. One way or another, this cross-examination is going to prove that I'm right. It's time to press them for all they're worth. My fate depends on it.
Alright, yeah, I saw the press command appear, so I figured that this was a presser, but... Okay, let's see. What I wasn't saw was almost the same thing. Oh, whoops. I didn't mean to go already. Okay, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, the young lad in black, that much I myself did see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Okay, let's press on that.
You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there.
Objection!
As you've been at pains to point out time and time again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. If only there'd been more people dining there at the time, then someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. Quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know. Of course the place was almost empty. It's what you'd expect.
Certainly. 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of the time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day. Why he was alone.
Yes, Your Excellency. There was indeed a reason. There was? This was found in the victim's jacket pocket.
What's that, Counsel?
It's a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant.
At a clinic?
No! 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 Not the Honey Clinic reference! No, please! I can't do it! Please! Okay.
Yes, there would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. 19th November, noon to past 1 p.m.
Great day of the incident. So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case. I wonder. What do you think, Ryunosuke? Well, it's hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence, if you think it could be useful. Should I ask for Dr. Wilson's medical report card to be submitted as evidence or not?
Ask yes.
Yes!
Yes!
If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency.
Kage-ken, I had to put aside my headphones for a moment, could hear your despair clear across the room. Oh, jeez. That's really funny. Just imagining the distant sound of my wailing.
On what grounds? The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Objection!
Whether or not they're of concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues. I beg your pardon? You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence.
Very well. The court will grant the defense's request.
Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing trend.
Unironically, our politicians, for God's fucking sake.
Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record.
What we need right now is new clues. We have to explore things from every possible angle, and if they don't seem relevant at first. Right, I hear you. You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you.
Let's look at that really quick, actually. Oh. I can't. Probably gonna look at it in a second, I guess?
Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Korakuta-san.
Indeed, alone he was the Englishman, dining all by himself.
Oh, okay. And I guess I can't look at it. I guess we'll get to it eventually. Dining all by himself. Well, let's press him on that too, just in case.
So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone.
But I did. Forgive me for the position I place you in.
So the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that one point. Isn't that interesting? And let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements as well. As can clearly be seen, there is only a single beef steak on the victim's table. A meal for one.
No.
The antiques dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, why? If I'm perfectly honest... if I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea.
Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out.
Yes!
Why aren't you telling the truth?
What did you say, cadet?
I clearly remember. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed. But for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion, it's just not possible.
Unfortunately for you, Defendant Naruhodo, it's just not a case of these two witnesses alone.
Sorry?
The waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. He also said that the victim was alone.
That's right. Precisely. In other words, you are the sole proponent of this phantom lady. But I... If such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. And if no such proof exists, the prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It is a blatant waste of the court's time. There's nothing I can say to that. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. You've gleaned some new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Oh, you mean this? Yes. This is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it in a little bit more detail. How exactly? You'll notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are the ones you may examine. Press A, you can take a closer look at the piece in question. Use RRS to rotate the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles.
Having to give a tutorial to Ryunosuke on how to turn a piece of paper in multiple different directions, and just like using his fingers, like he's done doing this for the first time. Like, what? Oh my god! Oh, I see now. While using LS.
You can move the crosshairs around to hunt for clues that you may have missed before. If the crosshairs start to pulsate, press A to investigate further. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Need to use and A to inspect any areas of the evidence that look suspicious.
Okay. Gonna take a second to read a couple donations real quick. Astro Boy with the 5, Naruhodo constantly talking about a woman he saw to distract from the obvious friendship between him and Cosmo. No, I swear, it's a professional relationship. No, please. And Boggle with the 5. YouTube hasn't been notifying me about streams lately across all my subs. Ah, that sucks. Anyway, here's my VOD fee. Glad you're playing through Peak Attorney. Thank you. I appreciate it. Anywho. Medical report card required for every visit. John Wilson, on a clinic. Okay. Just on a clinic. Okay. Let's just examine all the things.
It says Hotter Clinic on this medical report card. I hate clinics. Almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. Aren't they all the same? When I was 5, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life. And I remember, even though I felt awful already, I had to hide this hideous injection in my right arm. Never forget it. Never in my whole life. Most people would give their right arm to have only had one cold in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything. It looks like this medical report card was first issued quite some time ago. It's probably a record of long-term treatment, that's why. The family doctor, I'd imagine. Well, I can't imagine. Going to a doctor, I mean. As long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one. Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point. So, you don't like doctors, then? Well, why would you? Make you drink horrible-tasting medicine to give you painful injections. And then they demand lots of money from you for privilege. Or when you're at your lowest ebb. You sound like a model patient. A bad case of stubbornness, no less, for which the only cure is very bitter medicine indeed.
Healthy Curiosity is the name of that achievement.
Interesting. Okay. Can't find anything out of place.
Okay. Let's, I guess, examine that corner, yeah. Okay, you got some stamps going on here.
Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It seems so, just before the incident. He's had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia, although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain. Ah, there's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure, until anesthetic effects have passed. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind.
Yes.
This new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely!
Okay. For a man. Furthermore, visual search of the premises. Indeed, alone he was. Dining all by himself. Yeah. It's dining all by himself. That would probably be the one. Okay.
Yes!
Got it.
Well, I think, about what are you wittering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer! I wish I could. But first and foremost here, I'm the accused.
Ryunosuke, everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it.
Thanks, Cosma.
I could see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. You raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully. You knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking.
All right. And thanks for the advice. Kurokuta-san, this is a medical report card belonging to the victim.
Ah, I see. And I don't see. What of it, boy?
Comparing what's written on this report card with your witness statement, something clearly doesn't add up.
Objection!
Dear me, dear me. Have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur? Sorry. What? You're not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel. But, let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant. But that's,
Remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point.
Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There's surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimonies the court have heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides this pale-faced pupil who could have possibly perpetrated the crime. This medical report card has nothing to do with the case? Do you really believe that? What? That outburst has petrified me. Of course I believe it! How could it possibly be relevant? Perhaps because Hotta Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic. A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me? Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted?
What's this now?
And furthermore, if I told you that as a result the victim had been forbidden from eating?
Just what are you trying to say, Cadet? He had orders not to eat, so what?
It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off. What? No, that can't... Kurokuta-san!
What, boy? What?
As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. Oh. Additionally,
There's more?
you've assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that cannot possibly be the case! Because the victim, as we now know, had had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic.
Expertly done, partner.
Objection!
What is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic? How dare you! I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke? Yes, most definitely.
So having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who, in fact, was eating the pictured beef steak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel?
Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? Right. The answer to this question's going to be pivotal. It's the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been me. Can I please say this? Hold on. I know this is the wrong answer, but I kind of want to do it anyway. Oh wait, that's the autosave, so okay. I'll just put it here. Okay. Hold on, I want to do this. I want to do it.
Yes!
I think it may have been me. Work Laser, thank you for renewing your channel membership.
What?
Objection!
It's not enough that you took the man's life, but you took his meal as well? That's a bee sting on a crying face. Some people seem to think they can do whatever they like. Oh, whoops, I didn't mean to hit that. And some people seem to think they can say whatever they like. Ryunosuke. Sorry, you're right. Of course I didn't eat it. The next time you make a quip like that, I'll make you eat your words. You'll be needing some dental surgery yourself. All right, I get the message. Oh, okay, it didn't penalize me, so I didn't even need to save anyway. Then, yeah, okay, let's go for the actual answer. Obviously, it can only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
Objection!
You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person!
Yes!
There was! Because I saw her! When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was someone else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through ruling at this stage, we'll lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial. Relentlessly. Cosma, are you insane? You would take on the government? Don't worry, Counsel. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have issue with them. Those two witnesses in the stand.
What? What are you talking about?
We've demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out that the two of you deliberately lied when giving out your testimonies, obviously you'll be charged with perjury.
Perjury?
And, since this is a murder trial, you'll also be deemed complicit in the killing.
Complicit? In murder? No!
Yeah, this really is a different Ace Attorney game. They mentioned perjury.
Negative! There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting! I was just following orders!
That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they, told us. Oh.
What? What did you just say, Kurikuta-san?
Oh, no,
You were just following orders.
No, hold on, lad. I was,
Say you never saw the gentlewoman. When you say gentlewoman, do you mean You saw the victim with a lady from overseas.
What? Objection!
What is the meaning of this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair?
Just one? Just one simple slip of the tongue?
Order! Order! Counsel, explain what's going on here!
It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not! The prosecution knows nothing of this! Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut?
Well, that's classified.
So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you?
You wouldn't. This can't be happening.
Yunosuke, judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Ouchi had any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, we can continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. Sorry. How? How can we possibly... Remember how we made progress before? Before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh, yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose.
I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe.
Please, wait. Your Excellency! I had no idea about any of this! I swear to every Shinto god! I knew nothing!
And what does the defense have to say about all this?
Well, Your Excellency, no time to think. I'm just going to have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes into my head. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is...
I mean, I guess so, no. I mean, this guy's a military man, so... But I don't know if I think he's the one, necessarily. Can't access the court record right now. Might need to guess and hope for the best. Yeah, I can't access the court record right now. To everybody asking me to examine the evidence, I literally can't. Huh. Can't open the court record on one of these prompts. That sucks. I might just have to present wrong real quick to actually get a chance to look at it and then go back. Well, let's choose somebody that, like, I'm fairly certain it's not. Let's just choose the old man.
Yes!
There! What do you make of that? Okay. So, let's look at the actual evidence for a second. Okay. So it's not that. I wouldn't assume that it's that either. Oh, right. But we can look at this. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Ah ha ha ha! Interesting, so that's why he was so reluctant to hand that over. Okay, so we can load back now. Okay, so it was this guy.
Yes!
Well, surely that would be Satoru Hosonaga-san.
Hosonaga-san? The waiter who took the stand earlier?
Objection!
Poppycock! What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have had that level of influence.
For once, I would agree with you. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter.
What if he truly were?
Come on, Ryunosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hosonaga-san's real identity, as proven by this evidence.
Yes!
I'm not sure what this is supposed to prove, Counsel.
I think, Your Excellency, that what this proves is not the true nature of the waiter, but the true nature of the accused. Sorry?
A blackguard. I forget how you pronounce that word. It's blackguard, right? Like blackguard? It's not like literally blackguard. That's not how you say it, right? You may have had to check it. Blackguard. Okay, gotcha. Oh, really? So they asked me to present based on the knowledge that I get from examining it, but then they punish me for not That's stupid. That's fucking dumb. I literally... Okay. Jesus.
That's the true nature of this rookie.
Try again. Go over all the evidence we have one more time. There's something in there that proves who this waiter really is. I'm sure of it.
Okay. Can I do it here, or do they need me to do... Okay.
Well, that's unexpected.
What is?
Look, do you see it say the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga.
I mean, yeah, I know that, Munger. I'm just saying, like, I don't know that I should have had to click on it to be able to answer that question correctly, question mark, but, you know, whatever, I guess.
Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point.
It's not the name that's unexpected. It's his job title.
His job? Oh! Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth?
I have no idea. But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. They're wielding it somehow here.
Alright then, I'll try.
Come on, Ryunosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth.
The truth that you just presented a second ago. But I ignored because I didn't feel like turning over that piece of paper.
Yes!
Plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question? I agree it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything.
Sorry, Your Excellency, that's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest.
I beg your pardon.
Or perhaps I should have said the front. Yes! It's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is.
Could somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession. His true profession. The waiter's profession. That's surely... Good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau.
What?
The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before? The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power. Absolute power as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses there in the stand. Was it, in fact, the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene?
Well,
Inspector Hosonaga! I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility.
the court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence.
Oh, well,
Is there a problem? And the plan to the court officer at once.
of course. Here you are. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card.
I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake.
So, you mean to say you really are a detective? But why would a detective be working at as a restaurant waiter? Of course! Your salary must be terrible.
I was working undercover.
Undercover?
Yes, there's been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified, police information, which I'm not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they're unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga. Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga. But you will elaborate on one point for the court.
Of course, Your Excellency.
You've just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that's indeed true, clearly you would have also been aware of this person's presence when served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner, therefore I'm led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you required these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Correct, Your Excellency.
Unbelievable!
As I suspected.
As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair. Beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady, whom I guessed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out.
I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the Bureau. It was then that I received some special orders.
Special orders? You mean to say...
Remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders.
But what if the Englishwoman was the killer?
I think it would be in everyone's best interests not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect, well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case.
But it's just not right! One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Cosmo? Yume University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain. I'm fairly certain that one of them is studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory. It's a young English woman. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean... When I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first.
Then the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector.
The English woman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Brett. She's indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of Yume University's medical faculty.
What is happening here?
I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to Your Excellency to decide how to deal with this situation.
Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we've now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
Objection!
But Your Excellency, that would mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions.
Calm yourself, Counsel. I'll not allow the government of our country, or any other, to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Inspector Osanaga?
Yes, sir.
You'll locate this Giselle Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency.
At once, Your Excellency.
But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau.
As I said before, it's my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly.
So, it won't be a problem?
Nothing will get in my way.
This fucking fighting pose.
Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student Giselle Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear?
Yes. Your Excellency.
Good. Then we'll have a 30-minute recess before reconvening.
Yo. All right. Well, I'm going to take the to be continued screen as an opportunity to read some donations real quick. So give me just a sec. Oh, okay. We've only got, wait. No. We've got a few, actually. Hold on just a second. God, it is so fucking annoying to scroll on this thing. Astro Boy with the 5. Generations later, the knowledge of how to turn over a piece of paper was lost until Phoenix unearthed it again in Turnabout Sisters. Haha, yes, of course, my bloodline technique of turning over the paper. Whoa, how the fuck did you do that? Ah, it's scary! And Omega Records with the 2, the Ouchie Clan technique of speedrunning trials. Yes, of course. Get on with it. And Omega Records with the 2. Sad to say this game is strict on steps needed. Yeah, I guess from now on, whenever I get a piece of evidence, I should probably investigate it a bit thoroughly. Alrighty. Well, let's get on with it. No, please, help! the gunshots, no! Oh my god, why? From now on, Deltarune reference? Yes. More Deltarune next Tuesday. Actually, I do want to go ahead and talk for just a second about the schedule for this week, because as some of you may have noticed if you paid attention, it is a little bit different. Friday is Fate as usual, but we actually have an extra third stream in the next week. That is a stream that's going to be on Sunday at this time slot. That is 6 p.m. CST. Check your own YouTube to make sure what time it is for you. But it is a mystery stream. I'm not going to tell you what it is. A lot of people have already speculated about what it is, and none of them have been right. And probably none of you will be right, but you're free to think about it anyway. So you should come hang out on Sunday for a special surprise. I think it's going to be quite interesting. So, yeah. Anywho. 2x2 demo. Is there a 2x2 demo out? I don't think there's a demo out. I know that there was footage. I don't think there's a playable demo. So anyway, yeah, it's not that. Captain Salty with the 5. Ah yes, the evidence turnover curse technique. Haven't seen this used since the Meiji era. I like to imagine the judge saying that, like,
Yes, of course. Yes, the evidence turnover technique. Wow, Mr. Wright, I didn't know that you were based like that.
Yeah, there's no public 2x2 demo. That's what I thought. I know Mega Records with the 2. The stream is the chat we've made along the way. Well. You'll find out. I sure did not get early access. I would like it if they gave it to me, but no, I did not. Honestly, at this point, I kind of doubt that enough of the game is actually finished in development to be playable at this point like that. But just because the trailers have been so sparse in terms of content. But we'll see. I don't know. They're planning to... They said they were going to release the game this year, but I don't know. I'd be kind of surprised if it didn't get delayed, personally. But we'll see. We'll see. Anyway, enough stalling. Let's go.
Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb. My heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. Drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, I started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it. It's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your Phantom Lady at last. It's Giselle Brett, a student from Great Britain. Is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I am sure of. Yes, I could see that. So, about this young gentleman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself. Then, on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor, just after I bent down and picked it up. I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you.
I assume... Yeah, okay.
Professor Mikitoba.
Well, seems I was right. Pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say.
Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial.
Our modern country is still in its infancy. Our justice system even more so. Which is why
I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise. I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life. I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway.
What? What are you saying, Cosma?
So, that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way.
Cosma!
Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man.
To me?
Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case.
Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim?
Sorry, I trailed off there.
Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMA, and it was I who invited him.
Oh, I see.
I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government's looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget what we're going up against, who we're going up against. The gentlewoman who was involved in our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I've no doubt that your pair will put up a good fight. Right to the last. Best of luck!
Thank you.
Now then. I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need.
Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama.
Defendant Naruhodo, court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once.
It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow. Before those old fossils know what hits them.
Cosma,
What?
thank you.
Really? What for?
Well, if you hadn't said you believed in me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already have been found guilty by now.
Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer, as a friend.
Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. All right then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial.
You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from the Yume cafeteria on University Street.
With an extra large portion, of course.
But, you know, there are a lot of Ace Attorney 1 parallels here, and you are a mentor character, so you better watch your fucking back, dude. I'm not really so sure about your odds. You better not be promising me meals right now. Don't promise me anything. Tell me you're gonna go immediately home and go to bed. Because unless you do, there is a 50% chance that somebody hits you with the fucking statue in the next, like, 24 hours. Jesus. Yes, Jane, I have to do those accents. It's so interesting having to do it like the whole time. It's very difficult. But I think I'm doing an alright job. I've had some blips here and there, but I think I'm doing alright.
The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Aochi, you managed to subpoena the witness?
Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the The prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. Sorry.
Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about.
It's highly unlikely that the good relations we've forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation flounders?
And our nation founders? Is that a typo, or is he just stupid? Which I'd believe either way, but...
Again, terribly sorry.
If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke.
What do you mean?
Oh, it actually is, right? Okay. Well, I'm getting some mixed signals. Some people... It's an appropriate word there. Okay, gotcha. I just haven't ever heard it used in that context before. But you learn something new every day. Founders is a verb for a ship to fill with water. Oh, interesting. Okay. Huh.
Secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system really is?
Is, rather, not really is.
Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England?
Shut up! Shut up, you jumped-up rookie boy! You and your friend know nothing! Nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in.
By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures. I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there is one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all.
Well said, Ryunosuke, despite the wide-eyed look of terror.
You little brats!
Thank you, Counsel. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system. It exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett.
Oh, wait. I thought he was about to follow that up with something else. It's just a statement.
The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett.
Yes.
Your Excellency!
Ooh. That's an interesting design. It's a bit over the top, but I mean, she is, I presume, a smug British woman, so...
Oh, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land.
Tea. Someone bring English tea. In England, no discussions take place without tea.
Is that true?
No idea.
So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court?
Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I've been working undercover as the head waiter at La Carnival, but my true...
Yes, we all know about you already.
Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first.
Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of.
Oh, yes, I think I did, didn't I?
Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Ryunosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking.
Guilty. So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please.
Wah, 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 wah.
I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but, what? The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student, currently enrolled in UMA University's medical faculty.
Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. Okay. Oh, God. Just on instinct, I was like, oh yeah, let me read the donation. I forgot that I was waiting for certain moments later to do it. Again, I'll circle back around to it. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song.
As far as I can tell. The detective is translating her words faithfully enough.
Yes, I agree.
You obviously do fine in England, Cosma.
English doesn't rattle you at all, does it?
Or you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke.
The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if it may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called La Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court's been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct?
She says, yes. This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese? She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting. And you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau.
Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps?
Apparently it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight.
Do you mean to say...
Yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood.
Order! Order in the court!
Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement.
Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is.
Unfortunately, I'll have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described.
I'd arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only, a beef steak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit.
This is a condemning testimony indeed.
No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Objection!
Quiet, you filthy wretch. Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard. And look at this snow-white angel. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court's going to believe. God damn with the fucking racism here. Jesus.
You're still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. It's a lesson you need to learn.
But he's so annoying!
Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the 2 witnesses who testified before and reported back to the Bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies of the last 2 witnesses were completely worthless. However, well, even so.
Oh, however. Not in that intonation.
The testimonies of the last 2 witnesses were completely worthless, however.
That's how you should have said it. Thank you, Marcy, for reading well.
Well, even so. On the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there's nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm.
I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot.
There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witness's own words on the matter.
That's ridiculous! If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it.
Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke.
But I didn't fire the gun I picked up! There must have been another gun there that day. Yeah, Ryunosuke, think that one through again.
You're right about that. Which means, this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we'll need to pull her testimony apart.
Uh-huh.
The defense may now cross-examine the witness.
Oh, yes, Your Excellency. Real quick read of this donation that came in from the Baconing, with the Canadian too. Ryu, women? That's not Cosma. I can only pay attention to one thing at a time.
I'd arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day.
Yes!
After 2 p.m. After 2 p.m. in fact. It's really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
Objection!
You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are in vogue, isn't that right? No.
Decisive English no has quite a sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would have lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first.
Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier.
That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late.
Yes, that all makes perfect sense.
Such wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is.
So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next?
God, is it, like, Ouchie trying to be like a fucking pick-me? Like, I'm not like these other guys. I'm actually, I really like British people. I admire how smart you are, Queen. Like, shut the fuck up. Doesn't she look like Char? I don't know how that character's name is pronounced. By the way, I haven't heard it said because I haven't watched early Gundam. But yeah, kind of, actually, yes. Kind of does, now that I think about it. So I ordered for myself only beef steak.
Yes!
He was unable to eat, you say?
And that was because he'd just had a tooth removed at Hotta Clinic, correct?
That's right.
You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. It's pronounced how it looks, but with more of a sh sound. Oh, okay, Char. Gotcha. I do need to watch earlier Gundams. I've always wanted to, I just need to get around to it. Oh, like charcoal. Oh, okay. I see. But, yeah. I do need to get around to it eventually. Anyway, my point was that, yeah, with the face mask, it does actually quite look like him.
Was Miss Brett, not Miss Breast, Jesus Christ, that is not what I meant to say. Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She'd heard the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured her. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left. Dear me, what a harrowing experience. To have travelled to a distant island on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I'll crush the evil fiend that subjected you to this terrible plight. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all? That's right, other than some carbonated water. Just water? Yes, the professor was unable to eat, but he'd been given permission to drink water. So it appears the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. Each raised a glass of carbonated water. What do you think, Ryunosuke, about the witness's last statement?
It's very meaningful.
That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case. Well, well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing? The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. Defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Well sidestepped, counsel.
Very well. Miss Brett, kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony.
Gladly, she said. That was brilliant, Cosma. I'm going to remember that one.
Which one?
The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that. You really use that phrase.
Oh, hi, Twi Fairy. Welcome, welcome.
I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke.
The profoundness of water. Okay. So, about that, though. Yeah, I think this picture is probably a decent enough illustration of it.
Yes!
Yeah! his look into the middle distance.
That's it! Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print.
We've just witnessed the birth of the right bluff. Oh my god, you're right! Yeah, that's cute.
Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left.
That's correct, the lady says.
Well, that is... It's odd. Very odd. Dear me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express itself.
Ryunosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you?
Well, obviously, it's the cheers. The cheers? Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1.
Ah! You're quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here.
Objection!
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutiae? What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on the case?
Objection!
Minutia, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless.
But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you going to try to tell me that you can clink with only 1?
You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Inspector, what did the lady say?
would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was all so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she's saying.
Good gracious.
Sorry. There, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all. Oh, please. We must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or two in her state of disarray? That's absurd! Oh, really? So do we take it that you're now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful woman of mischief? What? No! This can't be put down to mischief!
I'd like to know
Exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying.
a handbag, you say?
Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. So the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end it comes to nothing.
This student's been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning. Me when I try to confuse them with logic.
No more pretentious accusations. You've wasted enough time already.
Indeed. The lady's offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement?
Well, I don't know really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So, she took the glass away in her handbag. There's a deeper significance there, it's...
Glass, the handbag, nothing in particular. I mean, I would assume the glass.
If you ask me, it's the fact that she took the glass that has a deeper significance here. Why do you think that? Because it's the property of the restaurant. It's not some harmless act of pilfering, like taking a bar of soap home from the public baths, is it? You take soap from the public baths? What? No, I mean, that isn't significant here. It's very significant, but this isn't the time or place. There are more important things to concentrate on now. I think maybe you should reconsider your position, too. Sorry, I will.
I love that. That was a pretty good sidebar.
Indeed. The lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement?
Well, I don't know really.
Okay. I guess the handbag then.
Wait! The lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Ah! But what she forgot to mention was her handbag, in which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun.
Oh, you're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too.
What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard?
It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. True murder weapon, if you will.
You can't seriously be suggesting... Inspector Hosonaga,
Yes?
did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder?
No, sir. I did not.
As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag.
No!
Order! Order! Order!
What is the meaning of this, Inspector?
The meaning of what, Prosecutor Aochi?
Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations.
Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask.
Do you think so, Cosmo?
That's what the mask is. Well, what a sorry situation. But clearly you have no faith in the police. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting. Simply because it was unnecessary.
Just the 1, 2, 3 of Gab, Luke, and Jane. Sorry.
Unnecessary in what way?
You ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. This photographic print. This print is of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag.
What the hell is going on the wrist over there? That's weird.
Well, I never. See right through to what's inside.
That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment.
So the contents are clearly visible.
Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san.
Order! Order! Inspector Hosonaga, you'll submit that print as evidence at once.
Certainly, Your Excellency.
I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, counsel. The court's been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance. I'm satisfied that there's no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling.
Indeed, and there's only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime.
No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around, I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Cosmo?
I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue.
What? You mean this is it?
I must say you put up quite a fight for a rookie student. But the weaker meet, while the strong eat. You were wasting your time. There's no way to defeat true justice. A fact you can chew on to your heart's content from the inside of your cell.
This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Cosmo is dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Cosmo. What? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph that the detective produced that we can contest. Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue.
Very well. I'll now proceed immediately to the ruling.
It seems we'll be able to report to the British government on time after all.
That smug little...
Ryunosuke Naruhodo, having considered all of the evidence placed before me, I hereby find...
Wait! Your Excellency! Ryunosuke? I don't think you can rule on this case yet!
This amateurishness is getting tedious.
Yeah, actually, let's examine that real quick just to make sure that they, like, get me for, like, oh, yeah, you looked at it. Oh, I can't. Okay, never mind. I can't do it yet. I thought they were gonna do the thing again where it's like, oh, but you had to look at it first. You had to go over it first, or else we're gonna penalize you. But anyway.
This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling.
Yo, Tempora Trickster, thank you for the gifted channel memberships. I had set up a fucking thing in Streamlabs to have an actual symbol for that other than the default one. I don't know why it stayed as the default one. I'll try to fix it again later, I guess. That's annoying. But again, thank you, appreciate it.
That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Yes! Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now that means that if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean, then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question.
Objection! This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is that the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There could be no problem with his evidence.
You better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke.
I understand your objection, Counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag.
Ha! My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes.
Yes, I am desperate. This isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it.
Very well. I will grant the defense one final opportunity.
What?
But be warned that if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear?
Yes, Your Excellency.
So, take another look at the photographic print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. We will identify for the court where in this print we see the significant detail to which you have alluded.
I'll end the trial immediately, he says. Only one penalty thing. Liar! Okay. Then it's...
Yes! Look at this. Here. It's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist.
That's true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection! Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say? On the victim's wrist? Clearly that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag.
Gonna dip out to play Moon RPG now. Just wanted to pay you back for your great OTD streams. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, Of the Devil, fucking peak. If you haven't watched the Of the Devil streams, then you should. Or you should just play the game, too. Because it's great and it's awesome. And if you like Ace Attorney, then you'll definitely like Of the Devil. It's like the Ace Attorney, but with Toxic Yuri in it. So yeah. Also gonna read this donation from earlier real quick from Captain Salty with the $2. Ouchie. Guys, it's okay. I have an English friend. Jesus.
Yes, that's a burn mark, you're right.
Go on, Inspector.
The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either.
Of the Devil's first 2 episodes are out, and 3 is coming out this year. There will be 5 in total. And to go ahead and get ahead of probably a question that I'm sure some of you do have when I make certain descriptions of the Devil. Yes, it does have canonically queer characters. It is not just implication or baiting or whatever. It is fully textual. So yeah.
The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Ouchie points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett had a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff. She'd like to know if she may be excused from the stand now.
Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway.
What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with the case?
To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging, and hope that I might uncover something useful.
Okay, yeah, I saw some people talking about connections. I was wondering if it was a blip in the stream itself, but it seems to be specifically the chat. That's really weird. Agile Lorelei, OTD is PC only, yes.
I am?
If we can just link that burn to the case. If we can do that, we might be able to
Prize? Oh, okay, yeah.
the shutting door back open again.
Just give up, Counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that.
Indeed. I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what's little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence? Evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then would you allow it?
I would, yes.
To tell the truth, I had noticed that burn. As soon as you pointed it out, I did notice. It was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really?
I don't know how good your computer would have to be to run it. I mean, the first episode, episode 0 is free, so you can download it and tweak it the settings and see for yourself, I guess, if it would run well on your computer or not. Worth a try, at least, I suppose.
I have to find some link between that burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means.
So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial.
I assume yes. That's what I thought.
Yes!
What's this, Counsel? Yet another print?
Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore.
Do hurry up, Rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable.
Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is it in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn? Just get it.
Yes!
Over there. The beefsteak?
Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on.
Plate? Ah! Ah!
Your Excellency, are you all right?
As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. This emblem on the plate and the victim's burn are exactly the same shape!
Yeah! Ryunosuke, you genius! You're spot on.
Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that is the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before, or the day after that, or the day before that. It most likely happened at some unrelated time.
Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Ouchie, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks.
Why?
The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And, although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, the defense just pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of La Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation.
But you're a detective, not a waiter!
Yes!
There you have it! Something isn't right here! But it will be in a few decades or so. Well, more than a few decades, I suppose, but just you know. Sorry. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream. Not on that day or any before it. That's right. The strange thing is, the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day...
That would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel.
Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us would without any question have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Ouchie?
Well, yes, I suppose.
So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke, do you think? Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrived at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe he left his mic muted in the Discord call. I mean, You've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. The day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson...
I would imagine he was already dead by that point.
No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible. Apart from in one particular situation.
Counsel, are you suggesting...
Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead. Already
Dead?
Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead! That's madness!
Order! Order! Order, please! Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once! The victim was killed by a gunshot!
That's right! That's absolutely right, Your Excellency! This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly has no grasp of the facts.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Ouchie. It's you who has no grasp of the facts.
I beg your pardon?
As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard. It's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it.
Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, but you'll have to forget your luncheon engagement.
But Your Excellency...
The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I'm prepared to pass judgment.
Thank you, Your Excellency. What was that smile?
Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours.
Miss Brett, you speak Japanese?
Well, of course I do. I'm studying in your country, after all.
But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now?
My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level.
Oh. Well, you are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We're truly honoured by this lavish consideration you so graciously afford us.
I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I'll now ask you to testify in your own words.
I think this would probably be a good time to read that super chat as well. Just just get it in time because I feel the same. Atropos with the $2. Girl, shut up. Yeah. Yep. Damn. I knew that we were gonna get the racism, but she is stone cold fucking racist, huh? God damn.
About the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So, we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke.
Oh. The lights blinked for a second. Power, please don't go out. That would be bad.
Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please, do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway.
That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you.
Easy does it.
I hope this is the last time I'll have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope that I haven't insulted anyone. Oh, not at all, not at all. It's a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I'll be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what happened here today.
Yeah, I think whatever the chat issues are is like a YouTube side issue because my connection is totally fine. I don't think it's anything to do with that. So ask YouTube, ask Mr. Google what the fuck's going on with them because it seems as though they're having some problems, which they always do because they suck and I hate YouTube very much. But oh well.
Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen.
Oh, you're... Jeez, uh-huh.
Huh? Thanks? Was that a prayer, then?
Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with a cross-examination. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much.
I'm sure I don't need to remind you, Counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I'll be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear?
Yes, Your Excellency.
Then you may proceed with the cross-examination.
Okay. No idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. The waiter brought my steak. The professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the postmortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. Okay, so let's look at our evidence again real quick. So, fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma, no exit wound, bullet did not pass through the body. Okay. And it was fired at close range. Oh, whoops. Let me click on that one. Don't see any other particular thing here. Don't see anything else of particular note here either. I think maybe I should just press her a little bit, see what happens.
Yes!
But his hand was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't not have noticed. Do you think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry? Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those unsightly black trousers of yours has been wide open. You can't not have noticed, can you? Huh? What? What fun. You hadn't realised. dear lady's absolutely right.
As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Ryunosuke.
Didn't you tell me? Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honourable silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing? Oh yes, I think my tiny brain can.
Yes!
Well, I can't! Anyway.
Jesus Christ. Their waiter brought my steak. Professor and I reserve glasses and toast.
Yes!
As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water. Is that right?
Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at that time, if you remember. Which explains why he ordered that drink. Correct, waiter?
Exactly as you say, sir.
Although...
Although?
Whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that.
I have enough English to understand that, at least. For the benefit of others in the court, it means, bless you.
I think it means the exact opposite.
Anyway.
As I've heard, the coroner report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot.
Yes!
Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma.
Yes. Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And as there were no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some cause of death, it could only have been the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life.
But it doesn't make sense! The burn must have happened straight away, when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter.
Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that.
And if the victim burnt his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, then he must have already been dead by that point.
Attention!
And yet, the fact that this victim was killed by a gunshot... The fact is that this victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time.
I concur. Prosecutor Ouchie is right.
Some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me.
Yes!
Without leaving a trace.
If someone is shot, or strangled, stabbed, or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces in the body. Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga?
As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation.
Leave physical traces with all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark.
If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no, perish the thought, calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question. On my honor, I, Taketsuchi Aochi, will cut down any who dare cast such aspersions.
A way of killing someone that leaves no trace.
We need some evidence to back us up here.
Yes, evidence.
I do want to press the blatant racism to see what he has to say about that. Like, you're objectively wrong.
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean by that?
In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at the crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right. La Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly. Which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction,
Wait.
vital evidence may be lost.
Huh? What the fuck?
It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can. You understand. A killer blow. The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful. Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Ouchie is finally starting to see sense.
I very much doubt that.
Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There's a moment before when something didn't seem quite right.
What do you think, Ryunosuke?
I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information.
Yes, as I suspected. She's a tough witness. Need to find a way to break her testimony. The cross-examination will be over.
But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. Kazuma,
What, Ryunosuke?
there is one thing I noticed. It's something that's been bothering me.
Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett?
Actually, no. About the person standing next to her, Inspector Hosonaga.
The detective.
Yes, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. I might present an opening, maybe.
Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time.
You think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then. Wonder what Cosmo's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose, as I press Miss Brett on her last statement.
That's interesting. That's an interesting additional mechanic thing. So I'm gonna read these donations real quick. Why did it proceed by itself? I didn't tell you to do that. Anyway. What the why are you reacting to my mouse? I'm not using the mouse to play the game! And I'm on a different window! Okay, anyway. Jesus. Yoshi009 with the $5. The days when the common English person thought that their country was always the best. Yeah. Sean with the 10. Quick, Cosma, give her a show where you can get her to tell the truth. And Captain Salty with the 5. Casual racism, Ouchie versus competitive racism, Brett. This trial is truly cinema. God. The fucking term competitive racism is crazy. Okay, well, I haven't played the blatant crossover. So...
Yes!
Okay, let's see.
Wait.
Okay. So, is there a thing that I can do here?
Yes, there it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why?
Till now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the English woman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity.
What do you mean?
When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, if they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they'll often let their guard down.
Right. Look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts.
It's time to pursue the man in his train of thought.
Sorry? Pursue?
I'll explain how to do it now, Ryunosuke. It's all to do with the witness marker.
What marker?
At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, as the person actually making the current statement. But by moving the marker left and right, the D-pad, you can turn your attention to other people in the stand. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with A. If you can catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people on the stand, take a good look around. Alright then, so first I should move the marker across with D-pad and focus on the detective. Then pursue him with A. See what's on his mind. Here we go. Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vice versa may be lost. Look, I'm pressing it. I'm pressing it! Okay, there we go.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Yeah. What's the meaning of this?
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts. Deeply. It looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady said next to you, what the lady next to you had to say. If there's something you'd like to say, please, share it with the court.
Objection!
What is the meaning of this? It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over. Over. Immediately. Is that how it works? Absolutely not. Hmm? The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case.
Inspector Hosonaga,
Yes?
do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett?
Well, yes, if you don't mind. I'd like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. A crime scene thief? Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example. Is that... This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. Yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. One day of our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming, I guarantee it!
I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. Miss Brett, can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death?
Yes, it was that bottle.
What was that about? What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question.
Very well. Counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor.
Okay. So, let's look at the bottle. Don't see anything particularly out of the ordinary.
The label's written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Cosmo? I think it's French. This must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. And go to France and ask. Just say that you don't know.
Oh. What's up?
So this carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had.
Looks like there's a little left in the bottle, although it's just plain water now.
You know, I've been sweating so much, I am absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going.
No, Ryunosuke, you can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence.
Oh no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we?
You never cease to amaze me, Ryunosuke. In more ways than one.
I wonder, could there be anything in this water?
What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden.
I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility.
Ha ha ha. Yeah, I mean, I figured that that's probably what we were gonna lean toward, but...
Yes!
Yes!
What's this? The bottle of water?
Actually, there's one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison.
Poison?
On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass?
Order! Order, order!
I suppose those Dahlia comparisons earlier weren't unfounded from chat.
On the day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could have possibly done it. Giselle Brett! It was you!
Objection!
This is outrageous! To suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence! You little rookie imbecile! Have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we've only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime. The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We're here to determine the truth.
If I may, I will silence you forever for this disgraceful attack on the...
Ah, there it is.
It is you who should be silent. Of course. Dear lady! Where did that come from? She just snapped. I'm afraid I must have spoken I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies.
I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring?
I described your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector. And whether it contained poison or not.
Of course.
You did?
Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time.
I don't believe it.
Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And? What did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time.
And in this country, you say?
You'd find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency.
What? Are you sure?
The tests were meticulously carried out by the Chief Coroner himself.
No. No! I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours. I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned.
Thank you, Counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, The accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett.
Oh no. I'm just glad the matter is resolved.
Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present to the court at this point?
Cosma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. I have nothing more.
Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving.
Hold it!
Aw. Oh. Hi.
Please, wait!
Isn't that... What's the meaning of this?
Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense.
Mikotoba? My darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package, wrapped in a furoshiki cloth.
Susato! Okay, we got it to be continued screen, so I'll read these donations real quick that came in while I was busy. Okay, it's just the one. The Retro Racer with 9368 with the 5. Finished your play of Spirit of Justice and glad to see you back with more AA. Glad to be back with more AA. I am enjoying this quite a bit so far. I'll get more into actual like thoughts on the case whenever we reach the end of it, but yeah, I'm really enjoying it. No, please, no! Oh God, why?
Well, I understand you're the judicial assistant to the defense, but why this sudden ingress in my courtroom?
Ha! A judicial assistant? And a woman, no less. The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify.
Wow. Okay. Really hit him with the females. Fucking hate this guy.
Yes, I fully understand. I ask only for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense.
You're too late, little girl. This trial's already been conducted. Concluded, rather.
5 minutes. I'll allow a moment. I will not allow a moment more.
But, Your Excellency!
I'm most grateful.
Who exactly are you?
I'm sorry, there's no time. Please, sir, simply...
Not sir.
Please, simply accept this for now.
What is it? A report about something? Written in English?
It's Giselle Brett's research.
The English woman's?
After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical faculty and borrowed this paper.
Oh, yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying with the professor, wasn't she?
So, does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself.
Oh, no, of course not. Special characteristics of Cura and its effects on human subjects. Interesting. Cura? What's that? I've never heard that word before.
Time's up. The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom.
There was too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it.
This is wonderful. Thank you.
Goodbye then, and good luck.
Let's look at this. Poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. The hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Effects: instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. Route of entry: the above-mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it's believed the toxin could have application as an anesthetic. However, oh, it's Cura Ray? Okay, I gotcha. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of the full-body paralysis must be found first, or patients would die of suffocation. Aha! I see. It's Cura-razy. Good one, Michael.
You've had long enough, Counsel. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. I ask the prosecution and the defense now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but...
The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency.
Ryunosuke, we're out of options here. This really is our very last chance. Yes, I know.
Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence.
That look. That unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior.
Well, Miss Brett,
Yes, Your Excellency.
if you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer?
It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so very long until tea time. I'll have to politely decline.
Forgive me, Miss Brett, it seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question, however, I must ask you to treat that as an order.
I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense.
My apologies, dear lady. So, Counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention?
Yes!
Mr. Zale Brett, we understand that you were studying under Dr. Wilson at Yume University, doing research. Research, by sheer coincidence perhaps, into a deadly poison.
What?
Poison? Where are you going with this, Counsel?
A toxin known as curare, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
Objection!
What complete and utter nonsense! Curare, you say? I've never even heard of it.
You wouldn't have done.
What do you mean?
I mean that you wouldn't have heard of curare before, for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist.
Correct. Which means, no matter what tests the police can do for toxins, they'd never identify curare. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison.
What?
Order! 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 Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist?
According to this report authored by the visiting research student from England, curare's long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists.
To lace their arrows?
The report states that it's produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle, and it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with curare suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Objection!
Trumpery! These aspersions are utter trumpery! To start with, if the victim had been administered some of this so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain. The other diners would surely have noticed.
That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector?
Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain.
According to this, however,
It's the other way around.
What do you mean, the other way around?
The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that curare was used.
Explain yourself, Counsel.
The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there'd be no visible signs of pain at all.
How terrible.
Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow, Cosmo. That's just paralysis. I thought this poison caused instant death. Full explanation is extremely unpleasant. Poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move.
That's hideous.
God, so he was laying there, like, just fucking, like, suffocating to death. And being burned horribly the whole time, too, and literally could not even, like, exclaim or move or do anything. That's fucking crazy. Ugh. I'm gonna read this super chat from earlier. Captain Salty with the 5. Between crime scenes and restaurants, I Alone and the thorough one. Satoru Hosonaga, do forgive me, season 3 has me in my JJK phase again. Very fun. Oh, jeez. Yeah. I'll start watching it eventually. I mean, I've read through most of the manga. I dropped it at a certain point, to be completely honest with you, because I didn't really like it anymore, but I'll watch the rest of it after the season's done, probably.
To the observer, it would almost look like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That's the true nature of his deadly curare poison. This deadly curare poison, rather.
Oh, is it time?
And you're suggesting that this bottle, Counsel, actually contains this terrifying poison?
Objection!
This is all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison for which there's no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense. If I may. All these facts, you think you're so clever, but you must be taught some... It is you who must be taught. Of course. Dear lady.
So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it?
What?
You steal another's honest hard work and then announce the results as if you discovered them. I'm appalled. What a loathsome act.
Well, Miss Brett, feeling is mutual.
Whatever do you mean?
Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime. That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection!
Enough of this! I, for one, refuse to accept it! The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules!
What's so funny?
Oh, excuse me. Your Excellency.
Yes, Miss Brett?
May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please?
Well, yes, I don't see, why not?
Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys.
Sorry?
To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics. It's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers!
Wait! What are you doing?
No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. Goodness. Whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned.
So, no curare. The bottle was clean. Is that what you're saying?
You look quite incredulous, little boy. Of course.
That's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue.
Most kind. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency.
Yes, Miss Brett?
I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries.
Yes, dear lady. We're most gratified with all the assistance you've given.
This doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle. So how? How did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it.
Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London.
There has to have been poison in that bottle, doesn't there? But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have keeled over dead. Come on, Ryunosuke. We have all the clues now. That bottle of water.
But, okay, I'm gonna save real quick. But here's my thinking, right? So, it says in the report that it enters through the body through a wound. That's the requirement for the instant paralysis. So, I don't know. I wonder about that. I was thinking that sounded weird when I read it before. I'm gonna go with contains no poison.
As I thought, there is no poison in that bottle. What? Why, Ryunosuke? Isn't it obvious? If there was poison in there, she'd be dead by now. Sometimes your unadulterated naivete really astounds me. Sometimes it's in need of a good staining. It's until it's as dark as your uniform and the ways of the world. Oh, is that why this color is supposed to represent? Is that what this color is supposed to represent? That was a guileless ending to a promising line of inquiry, Counsel, which you'll be penalized.
What? So it was in the bottle? But that's, well, I mean, I guess you don't necessarily need it to not be in the bottle to do the... But that's still weird. Okay, well, let's see.
The culprit did put curare poison into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refuses to change its position. You're serious?
Objection!
Fool, are you blind? There's no possible way that the bottle could contain poison. I mean, okay, yeah, it doesn't necessarily have to be the bottle, though. If it was in his glass. But, yeah, I am wondering about that now, though.
I mean, we just saw. Is Brett drinking the water from it?
That's right, which rather complicates your argument, I think.
And I believe that complication can be explained.
How exactly?
I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here. One by one. I'm sure the answer is in the evidence that we have in the court record somewhere. It has to be.
let's look over everything. I mean, yeah, I know he had an open wound. That's what I was referring to. That's literally what I was talking about when I said that it had to enter through a wound. That's what I... yeah. Afflicted by... I mean... I'm thinking.
Very well. If the defense truly intends to assert this claim, then I must ask you to support that assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume this supposedly poisoned water unscathed?
Why can I examine my badge?
Personal student number is engraved on the back here. If you lose your pin, they won't accept you as a Yume student at the university. You may not come in, they say. Of course, you can get a new pin made if you just tell them your number. I've actually lost mine twice already. I still don't know my student number by heart. I always say to myself, I mustn't forget to write it down somewhere. But then I forget not to forget that. Ah, symbol of Yume University. Every student wears this pin with pride. It's funny, but most emblems seem to be either round or rectangular. I like this spike design, even though it doesn't really make any sense. Although it does cause problems. Lots of students end up cutting their fingers on their badges. Perhaps it was the idea of one of the founders, a sharp pin for a sharp mind or something.
Okay. I just wanted to look at that real quick because I was like, there's no way they're gonna make the badge important. Okay. Bullet did not pass through the body. This is, yes, I feel like this adds to what I was thinking about. Could it have been the gun? Like, did the fucking bullet have, like, poison on it or something? Then how would I present that? I mean, I guess I could just present the picture. Would have incinerated it? I mean, maybe, I guess. It's a fair point. But then the only other thing is on his wrist. There's nothing else on here except the bull mark, I don't think. This is just, yeah, that's the gunshot. Well, he wouldn't have used the fork because he didn't need anything. Yeah, we already had this conversation. Wait. Okay. That's just funny for him to say. It's impossible to imagine not feeling pain when, like, the premise of the poison is that it doesn't feel pain. Or, well, no, not that he doesn't feel pain. Jesus Christ, what am I saying? It's just that he can't do anything about it. He feels agony. Huh. But what explains how the witness was able to consume the supposedly poisoned water unscathed? Yeah, that's a good point about the question, because I did get a little caught up thinking about other stuff. All right, everybody, stop suggesting things. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be mean, but that's like kind of the type of thing that I kind of hate a little bit. Stop suggesting things. It makes it a little bit more difficult to think. Okay, sorry, I literally just kind of blanked out for a second there because it was getting a little bit too much. Okay. Wait a sec. Wait a second. Maybe I'm not cooking with anything, but okay. I can't actually remember if I saved here yet or not, but I'm gonna do it again anyway.
Yes!
I'm gonna guess that that's not correct. Yep. Okay. It was a thought. Not that, right?
Yes!
I don't think so. No. Yeah, I didn't think so. Ta. Ah ha 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 ha. Actually, while I am thinking, why don't I go ahead and read some of these real quick? Oh god. Okay. Mr. MF06, with the 8010. Love your videos. Have you seen the Chaotix podcast? Yes. It's really good. I really like it a lot so far. It's pretty good. Very interested to see that Tangle and Whisper are gonna get canon voices next week. Gabby with the 20. Here's a tip. And Borklaser with the 20. Here's a tip. Thank you. These are the only tips I'm accepting right now. I appreciate it. Okay. And it's not
Yes!
that either, right? Okay, yeah, I didn't think so. Okay, so I've ruled out some of the things that I was, like, uncertain about, at least, which is, like, better than nothing. It's not
Yes!
that either, right? Okay, no. Daniel, please. It's the exact kind of stuff that I really don't want right now. Thank you, please. I don't mean to be rude, but please, give me a second. It's a little bit different to play this sort of thing under observation in real time than to just have all of my time to do it on my own. Luke with the 10. Here's a tip. If you need instructions on how to get through the hotels, check out the enclosed instruction book. And you gotta help us. Instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. The above-mentioned effects occurs. Wait a minute. It can't. Oh my fucking god! You can't be serious.
Yes!
You fuck. Oh my god. Are you fucking serious? I did. Oh my god. Okay. I mean, okay. In my defense, it did specify that. It did specify that. But, like, in what world does swallowing poison not have the same exact effect? Yeah. Yeah, I did overthink it. Okay.
Okay. The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report.
Objection!
That's not a valid explanation! No? After all,
We don't speak English. That report is utter gibberish. This impudent young scoundrel's trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency.
I'm not trying to ridicule anyone. Honest. Just reading Susato-san's notes.
I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. You'll direct us to the pertinent section, Counsel. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer to this riddle?
Wow. Really Manfred von Karma-ing me right now. But yeah, let's look. It was the special characteristics.
I've been hearing a lot about this curare poison. And it's left me curious about something.
Oh, Counsel?
Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of the arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting.
So we've been led to believe, yes.
And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat.
Get to the point, please.
But if they were to, if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point.
Oh, that actually is a good point.
So surely the hunters wouldn't have wanted to eat their prey, would they? Because they'd be eating poison.
Gracious, Counsel. No, that would be madness.
But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound.
Through a wound, you say? I see, that makes sense.
Yes, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When curare enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. What? Miss Brett, you authored this research. You knew curare's special characteristics. And you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little rapscallion!
Well, Ryunosuke, it turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be.
Really? Me? Lawyer?
Objection!
All this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure, but I fail to see how it possibly... So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with, some facts he read in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly.
What are you trying to say?
Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw.
Schoolboyish? Flaw?
As even your brain has managed to deduce, curare is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric succus. Succus?
Succus! Well, yes, of course. Gastric succus? What are they?
So, if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he?
That's right.
Good gracious!
That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand.
Order! Order in the court! Order! The logic holds. If the lady and professor drank the same poison, they'd be affected in the same way.
What are you trying to suggest?
Yes, this curare poison's completely irrelevant to the case on trial. That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that.
What is this welling up inside me? I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. More than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey.
Objection!
Yeah!
I don't think so, Mistress Ailbrett. How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well that there's no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You're alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead.
Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence. As we now know, this poison's completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the curare?
Okay. So this is probably the part where we talk about that, right?
Take that!
No?
I'm sorry, Counsel, but the slipshod manner in which you've tossed that evidence before the court does not inspire confidence.
Okay, thank you. I'm just confused as to how it would be the wound on his wrist, though, because him having it in the first place implies that he was already poisoned by that point. Otherwise, why wouldn't he have been like, oh shit! Oh my god, the burn! So, yeah, I don't know. Oh, wait! Wait!
Take that!
As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there's a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners.
Fatal difference?
The toxic effects of curare are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So, for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it's completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water? Inside? Yes, like the wound you might have if you'd just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example.
Ah!
Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already. You were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. You used that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she laughing?
I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are all so puerile.
What do you mean?
Don't worry, little schoolboy, you'll find out soon enough. You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it.
No!
I mean, it could just slip.
Oh, shit.
Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed.
No! What is it? What just happened? It's the Englishwoman! She just smashed that bottle! And in the Supreme Court! What a terrible blunder!
Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much of the water from that broken bottle as possible, at once!
You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you it will soak up the water beautifully. You've neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it.
How could you? You won't get away with this!
You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in the bottle, or not. And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Oh, of course. You're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady? That's right. And really, looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So, of course, the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy.
Objection!
No, you killed the victim that day. You were using curare. And then, in order to frame Ryunosuke Naruhodo for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you'd arranged for him to find on the floor, before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Then, the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor in his chair around. You see, you had every opportunity to commit this crime.
What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly! And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest.
Delivered in cold blood by the accused Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
This is unbelievable. How can this be happening? We had her, but now, is she really going to get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene.
Ryunosuke.
Yes?
We've come this far. Now you're the only one who can finish it.
Clean my glasses real quick. I got it smudged at some point. Probably when I put my head in my fucking hands earlier. Okay. I'm actually gonna read some of these donos real quick as well. That I didn't catch before. Loving life today with 235 at the 10, and going to rewind and watch from the beginning, but I wanted to say hi and show my support. Have fun. Thank you. Appreciate it. Hope you enjoy. Iconic Laser with the $2. Going to the dentist is such a pain, isn't it? I wouldn't know. I haven't been able to go for a very long time because I don't have insurance. That's the real horror. Baconing with the Canadian 5. Fun fact, snake venom is also drinkable and breaks down in the stomach. Just hope you don't have any wounds or abrasions in your mouth or throat. Huh, interesting. I mean, I don't know why you'd drink snake venom, but I guess if you really felt the thrill of it. I'm not suggesting that you should, for the record, but it's...
What? What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence. It's true. So if there are any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head.
Astral project them! Make shit up!
In my head? You told me before that your powers of observation were the only thing you could really depend on.
Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head.
So think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about that scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. Every color.
Oh! Oh, shit! Oh, shit!
Is Cosmo right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of this same scene in my head. Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer?
Nah, I don't know about Yes, there's a clue.
Actually, Cosmo, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke?
Come on then, let's wipe the smug smile off that English woman's face with some evidence. All right, I can't wait.
I don't know if I necessarily want to say it like that.
It's been nagging at me for a while that something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it is could be the key to arriving at the truth about all this. It's here somewhere. A clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been is...
I mean, I would imagine that it's the blood.
It's the stake!
Take that!
Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this!
Yes? What is it? He's still miles away, probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak you took to the victim's table that day?
Objection!
Wait a minute! Where are you going with... Where are you going with this, little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. What memory? I saw the scene shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. What I saw on that wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on was a spattering of blood. What?
Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor.
No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way that blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Yes. Blood to have made it onto the plate implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter. Which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor as you were. Giselle Brett. I beg your pardon?
Objection!
This is beyond ridiculous! Fabricated nonsense! Is the court seriously expected to believe there's something the accused has apparently just remembered seeing?
Hold it!
Aha!
This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector! You mean... Yes, I took the plate, in the interests of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it. You did what? I took the steak that you'd been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. And I did it all in the name of justice! Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a bloodstain on Miss Brett's plate! We must examine it! Now!
Inspector! The court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately.
Yes, sir!
Sorry for the delay. Here's what you ordered. The steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it? Of course there isn't!
Quickly, Inspector! The blood man! Show the court!
Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. No. No blood. No blood anywhere. But no! That's impossible! I know I saw it! I'm sure of it! there on the table behind the professor. There was blood on the side of the plate.
What an unbecoming expression, little boy. You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you.
I couldn't agree more in the case of this disgrace to the Empire.
Dude, what? You can't. I couldn't agree more that you can't trust the Japanese, says Japanese man. Like, dude, shut up!
I believe we may have finally reached a conclusion in this trial.
Let's hope so. This let's pretend attempt at courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. But I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over.
This sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly.
If the sorry-looking accused if the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again,
Be my guest.
Was the plate I saw, or thought I saw, just a figment of my imagination?
What the fuck?
Huh? What in the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin. And the hallmark is from the Hoei era, I believe. No, I don't mean what is it?
Wait, the fucking old man's coin from earlier?
I mean, what's it doing there? Wait, did you say it was a Hoei Koban? Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. This isn't the first time today there's been a talk of a Hoei Koban. I've heard of pearls before swine, but I've never heard of a bullion in a bullion. And I don't think you ever will again. This is extraordinary, though. This means... I certainly never expected to find a precious coin underneath this thick cut of meat. And it's from the Hoei era, too. That would make it really quite valuable. It's well marinated in the juices as well, look. What, you're thinking of eating it? No, but the next time I order a steak in an expensive restaurant, one thing's for sure. My heart's going to be racing as I lift up the meat and peer underneath for a price. I think you might have the wrong end of the stick about this, Ryunosuke. A Koban coin underneath the steak. There's only one logical explanation.
Interesting. Okay.
This is it now. I've lost. Ryunosuke, it's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward no matter what. Believe in myself. Really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself.
As the evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way, I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection?
A bloodstain is going to clinch the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues at all?
Yes. Your Excellency, please wait!
This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth.
Objection!
The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beef steak.
Bro, what are you talking about? I love beefsteak. What do you mean, unhealthy fascination? Do you not like beefsteak? Are you a fucking weirdo or what? Sorry to those of you who don't eat beef. I'm just stating from my own perspective.
Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial.
I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I'll not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt's been dispelled.
I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it?
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Counsel for the defense, you'll now clearly show that to the court what you are alluding. Where precisely on this plate of beefsteak is this new clue to be found?
Under the steak. Oh, we're going through this again.
What in the world is this?
I think it's a Koban coin. Armor is for the Hoe era, I believe. Oh yeah, it's the exact same conversation. But I can't skip through it. This isn't the first time today that there's been talk by Koban. Again, it's extraordinary. This means... Never expected to find a precious coin underneath this thing cut of meat. It's a or two. That might be really quite valuable. Row marinated in the juices. Are you thinking of eating it? No. Next time I order a steak. Blah blah blah. My heart's gonna be racing as I lift up the meat here underneath for a prize. I think I might have the wrong end of the stick about this. Ryunosuke. Come on. Steak. There's only one logical explanation.
Got it!
Good gracious! That's...
Koban?
What on earth?
A Hoe era one at that. Miss Brett, this is in fact the beef steak that you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat?
Shut up!
What a ridiculous question! How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life! I don't know what this is, but I want no part of it!
Objection!
I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat. That could simply have been a careless mistake by the chief in a moment of distraction.
Objection!
Don't be absurd. You're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen? Rare Hoe Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. This turns out to be irrelevant to the case. I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right. It can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency!
Yes, Counsel?
A rare Hoe Koban just happened to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now!
Objection!
By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway.
Shut up!
Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant.
Even though I'm the one on trial here? The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under that steak.
The owner.
Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. The owner of the Koban that was found underneath the beef steak is...
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be the antiques dealer and owner of Rosute, Curio Korikuta-san.
Curie? As in Mr. Cucumber something. Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable.
Ah, yes. The old man who testified earlier, alongside the military sergeant, correct?
Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with his Koban coin when it happened. At exactly the moment the gun was fired.
The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor.
Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing?
Hunting for treasure. Indeed! The Hoe era Koban! My prized coin! Then this Hoe era Koban. Do you mean to tell me?
Objection!
No, 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 please! Why would Korikuta-san's Koban be sandwiched between the victim's beef steak and its plate? It makes no sense!
Yes!
Which is why I'm asking to bring Korikuta-san back to the witness stand so we can ask him.
Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. Without a moment's delay.
I can't believe we've come back round to that pair again. But I have a hunch, a strong hunch. If we chase down the real significance of this Koban, we'll find that it's a key element to the case.
the baby. God damn, we got fucking 4 people on here. Well, technically 5, I guess, if we count the baby, but...
What's all this about? Why have I been called up here again? Don't you realize that it's dinner time for little baby Ido? My son's belly is empty. He's fiercer than a pack of wolves.
Exploited by the police we were, like miserable dogs, forced to bear false witness. And when cast from this courtroom, myself, I became a ruined man in a trice, a worthless, withered antique. Nothing more have I to say. The sun has set on this Rasute shop owner's existence. Be that as it may, Kurakuta-san, something has come to light that requires your clarification.
He literally said, yes, your life is worthless, but...
As far as your Rasute memory serves, have you ever...
Yes, that's it! The one! The very one! The very exact one that it is! The resplendent, splendiferous Hoy treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day! It can't be!
As I thought.
Young man! Enlighten this decrepit old fool! Put me out of my misery! Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped?
Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. You found your coin sandwiched between a beef steak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat's juices.
Sandwiched? Soaking? Seriously?
Clearly it couldn't have fallen there by accident, which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose.
Somebody concealed my Hoey treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate? Who would do such a thing? Such an unconscionable thing!
Excuse me. Could I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hosganaga. I mentioned this earlier on in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case.
Ah, yes, that's right. The secret undercover operation.
La Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts, targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents has been reported to the police bureau. Good crimes indeed. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent in undercover, is it? Yes, I took on the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. So, unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid Kurakuta-san's Koban's all too clear.
What?
What?
I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Tell us, who is the despicable scoundrel that stole Kurakuta-san's Koban and hid it under the steak?
It was the victim! I mean, I guess it was her.
Take that!
Yes, seems like a likely candidate for a Koban thief. No, come on, Ryunosuke. You shocked me, Cosmo. Not as much as you shocked me. No one could have approached the table unnoticed. Even if you're a crazy fool, you couldn't have missed that.
Oh yeah, fair point.
I don't know.
I mean... Sorry, that is like a fair assessment. It's just like, I just kind of figured we were so close to the end that it was like, well, who else are we going to be accusing of something at this point in the game? But then in that case, I mean, it wasn't the sergeant, was it? That seems, I don't know. Seems like we'd be going off on a big sidetrack there if so, but...
Take that!
Okay, I guess so.
Obviously, it can only be you. Sergeant Iesanosa! What? How dare you? You monster! Monster? I stole that kobold, did I? I'm the master thief of La Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me, it was Ido! Ido's the mastermind behind all of this!
The baby? You're blaming the baby?
You would push the blame for your crimes onto your own son, an innocent little baby!
It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa! Clippity clop, clippity clop, clippity clop, clippity clop, clippity clop, clippity clop. Nippon Imperial Army, Sergeant Iesanosa, preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir.
Do any of you know of the extraordinarily low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe? I understand that the temporary increase in taxation, owing to the recently ended conflicts, remains in peace. And I've heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes.
All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son.
That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant?
The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days I'd go there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time.
It sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork, even, which is worryingly believable.
And your target that day was the old man and his koban?
Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all.
A veritable phantom thief you are.
I was all set to leave the steak I was halfway through devouring when it happened.
Yes, when the professor was shot.
I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. I do too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could. On the double, I slipped it under the steak, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date.
Guys, please, no, don't call it a Persona reference. The term Phantom Thief is so much older than that, please. I know you're just fucking with me. I know you're just fucking with me because you know it'll make me mad.
This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time. Oh, Miss Brett? Oh, of course, dear lady. Of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all.
May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Her Excellency.
Indeed. The theft of the koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It would clearly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder.
Of course it is.
Hiding a coin under a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me.
Nonsense, is it?
Well,
And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness.
very well. Now that all questions concerning this witness's testimony have been answered, I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you're free to leave.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. And good day.
Ryunosuke, what's the matter with you? There's no time for daydreaming.
Oh, no, it's just something about Miss Brett's parting words that got me thinking. I can't quite work out what exactly. Something she said jarred with me.
What was that? Good luck, everyone, and good day.
I feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up.
If that's the case, don't just stand there thinking. Make your voice heard. Sorry? You can think later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over.
Hold it!
Wait! Miss Brett!
What is it now?
I'm afraid, just one last time, there's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago.
What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Objection!
What new student nonsense is this? Well, what parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke?
Hiding a coin under a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness.
Yes, I'm right. She said there exposed an undeniable contradiction.
I'm going to need to see evidence, counsel. If Miss Brett's words truly are contradictory, where's the evidence to prove it?
I'm gonna read some donations just real quick. Bandana D with the 5. Here, sorry, it's a bit soggy. I found it under a steak. Oh, it's okay. Captain Salty with the 2. This is a long case, not a complaint, but man. Yeah, it is pretty long for a first case. The Baconing with the 2, going off on a big sidetrack? We already are. Yeah. And Ambient, though, with the 5. So glad you're streaming this game. It's one of my favorites. It's pretty good so far, I would have to say, even though I'm only a little bit in. I am quite enjoying this. It is a long case, though, but... Okay. So, let's see. I think... Wait a second. She said without using a knife and fork, but the knife on the table is stained from very clearly being used. So what's up with that?
Take that!
The photographic print of the scene taken immediately after the incident occurred?
What's interesting is the plate of steak that you can see on the victim's table.
The steak that Miss Brett had been eating before the professor was killed, yes? Go on.
More accurately, Your Excellency. The steak was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed.
Now you're just splitting hairs.
Not true. Doesn't something about this steak strike you as very unnatural?
Unnatural? What on earth do you mean?
It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett.
Noticed what exactly, Consul?
Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could ever contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork.
Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself.
Take a good look at this steak, in particular the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there.
Oh! It
Looks like Miss Brett has realized something.
So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all!
Objection!
But what is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously hungry and couldn't help it. Oh, gee. I really like this as a slip-up, because it makes her fucking racism a point of contention as to why she got fucked. If she just didn't say the racist thing, she could have gotten away with it. If she didn't say, oh, you fucking savages who eat your food without a knife and fork, I would never do that. If she hadn't commented on that at all, she probably would have gotten away scot-fucking-free. But you didn't. You idiot. That's really good.
Oh, whatever you say, dear lady.
As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer.
Of course, of course. This will all be over in the blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place.
I've had enough. You irritating little spectacled samurai relic! Of course. Dear lady!
What's the matter, Miss Brett? We ruffled your feathers.
Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implications those teeth marks in the steak have for her.
Ryunosuke, do you know where you're going with this? Yes. Now, at last, it's all come together.
Mysterious teeth marks in a steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the bloodstain I know I saw seems to have disappeared. Most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day.
I accept that these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us?
Everything, Your Excellency.
Everything?
Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. Conclusive evidence! How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase, typical Japanese empty threats.
How can you be so sure?
Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet. Hasn't been? What? But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist.
Objection!
This is absurd! The trial's run several hours already, and you say there's evidence yet to be brought forward? It can't be! I don't believe you have it!
Objection!
I don't, but there is someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. If that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case.
Very well. I have a feeling that this will be my last request of the defense in this trial.
Who possesses the conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth about this whole affair? My boy, bring out your stolen goods!
Take that!
The answer is obvious.
It's Inspector Hosonaga.
What? I have it?
Yes.
You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence?
That's ridiculous. No. I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on this steak with the teeth marks.
Yes.
Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoyed chomping my way through a good steak. As well as admitting to stealing Korikuta-san's coin, he told us that he'd slipped it under the steak.
You what, a cadet? Cadet? I'm a superior officer.
Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Is the steak that you put the coin under, in fact, your own steak?
Attention! Affirmative, of course! I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still, I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me mishandling her meal to hide something in it.
In other words, the statements that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Gnosis' meal.
Objection!
But that makes no sense! That plate was taken from the victim's table!
Objection!
Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin. Of course I didn't steal it! To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire!
Well then, how do you explain this paradox?
Exactly! Surely you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the two steaks over? You did switch the plate. You did switch the plates?
Well, after it happened, when I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my steak and hid the coin underneath it. Then when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I'd had it. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. With military precision and timing, I switched my steak with the one on the foreign lady's table.
What? You can't have! I never saw you do such a thing!
It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done.
Unbelievable!
However, fear not, Prosecutor-san.
What now?
I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform that's all I did, sir.
All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant!
Yes!
So, if Sergeant Gnosis switched the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table.
Yes, that follows.
Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. That to preserve evidence, you'd taken both. That's correct. Then please present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot!
Shut up!
What can possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat! It can't have the slightest bearing on the case!
Objection!
No, you're not wriggling your way out of it this time, lady.
I beg your pardon!
Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why this steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you, no?
You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me.
The reason the defense asked to see that plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing.
Thinks he remembers.
I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett.
The side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson. There was a clear splattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest.
I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now we have evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you'll show the evidence to the court. Is it the beef steak and plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident?
Yes, sir!
Sorry for keeping you.
Ha ha ha!
Here's the other steak in its plate. Please, feel free to examine it.
Bloodstain. It's clearly visible. Look!
Yes!
Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate. shows that at the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim. It can't be! In fact, there's only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right. Miss Giselle Brett! It's you! Outdone by a Japanese? Me? By a Japanese schoolboy? No. No, no!
Wow. The miracle of life.
Please excuse my whistle outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behaviour for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me.
Oh, Miss Brett? I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth, this time.
Gladly, Your Excellency. It was I who took the Professor's life, using curare. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The Professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning.
So you plan to kill the Professor, knowing that no trace of poison will be found in his water. Because curare is unheard of here in Japan.
Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the Professor take one tiny sip of his water, and it would all be over. I'd placed the steak I'd ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he'd been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the Professor's table.
That would be me, I suppose.
Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter. The fact that you decided to come over to greet the Professor meant that I'd lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the Professor took a sip of his water and was paralysed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point, so I concocted a plan at the spur of the moment.
Plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man.
I happened to know that the Professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of curare in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt.
Under your skirt?
So I was right.
There were two guns.
Yes.
And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the Professor's gun, which you presumably placed on the floor. Placed where you were sure that I would notice it.
And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I'd intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up,
that's when you shot the Professor with your own gun. Even though at that point he was already dead.
naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared.
Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside.
That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor in his chair around.
Because, of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he picked up the gun.
So there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor. Your Excellency,
Yes.
I wonder, might I speak with you in private later?
I shall call on you.
Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san.
I don't like that. The baconing with the 5 earlier, by the way. Hey Brett, breaking the bottle was a cool moment, right? Nosa breakdown was fun too. Was it worth it for the case to then continue on for an hour more? Unclear. Yeah, it could have been trimmed down, I think, but I've been enjoying it. And Captain Salty with the 5. With my last super chat, let's give an applause to Hosonaga. His dedication to gathering evidence is unprecedented. Truly, he is the GOAT of the trial. I actually really like him as a character. He's fun.
It would seem. This trial's finally run its course. I presume the prosecution's in agreement?
This can't be! Taketsuchi Aochi does not lose! Not to the likes of this rookie student!
You'd better start getting used to tough opposition.
Ryunosuke Naruhodo! What? Yes? This insult to the Aochi family name will never be forgotten!
You've become conceited with age, Counsel. The old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. A 1,000 millennia may pass, and still the Aochi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system.
I think it's really funny, by the way, that he's like, damn, I cursed your bloodline for 1,000 fucking years, Ryunosuke Naruhodo! I will have my revenge! And then, like, every, like, time after this, Phoenix, like, goes into court against, like, you know, their ancestors literally go into court together, and Phoenix is like, who the fuck is this guy again? I don't remember.
Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case.
I thank you, Your Excellency.
Use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it's only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. The Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits. What it will look like, I cannot begin to imagine. That's for the young to pursue. Kazuma Asogi?
Yes?
After this trial, you're set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can. Absorb everything of the wider world that you're able to. And do not forget, fulfill the mission imposed upon you.
To fulfill the mission imposed upon you. That's the end of the sentence. Stop reading in the intonation that he's gonna say more.
I understand, Your Excellency.
What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Never mind.
As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo,
Oh, yes?
in you, I sense, how can I put it? Unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
It's time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant Ryunosuke Naruhodo
Not guilty! Yay! Oh, it's cherry blossom petals. That's fun.
This court's now adjourned.
Ah! Oh, no, no, please! I just finished the case! I just did it well! Please stop shooting me! No! No, 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 no! Please! I can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. Oh, fuck, I can't believe you've done this. I made it! I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial.
Ryunosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Cosmo. No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So, you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yume University Street. Don't forget. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. You.
Okay, yeah, it's Susato.
Congratulations, both of you, for proving Naruhodo-san's innocent.
Ah, our trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know.
Oh no, I didn't do anything. Thank you so much! If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out. Your kind words should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate.
Your father? Ah, yes, of course.
Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikitoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense.
Speaking of Mikitoba. Ah, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. You?
Ah, yeah.
Naruhodo, you did an excellent job.
Thank you, Professor.
Oh no, it's I who should be thanking you. After all, your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend.
Good friend. Oh yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it?
Yes, that's right.
Professor Mikitoba studied overseas himself. Went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably that's when you met Dr. Wilson?
Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital.
Oh, you worked together?
I've never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, it's your turn, Sogi. Great Britain's a magnificent country. It leads the world. In science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot.
I will. I'll learn all that I can. I swear on this. The spirit of the Asogi clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. The Japanese man's katana says so. This blade shows me where I need to go. And if I see some terrible wizard fiction, I'll cut it in half. Such things can't be allowed to exist.
It cuts down anything that's in my way.
Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. That reminds me, what's happened to the woman? To Giselle Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder.
Ah, yes. It's not easy to tell you this, but...
What do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's the true culprit, after all.
She'll be leaving Japan in the very near future. For Shanghai.
What? Shanghai?
Giselle Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that.
What? But why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Inspector Hosonaga!
It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must congratulate...
But what's all this about consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her. But then who? Who's going to bring her to justice?
The British Consular Court will hear her case, somewhere far away, where our voices can't be heard.
Why a consular court?
Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we've signed the Friendship Treaty.
Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right.
But so long as it's not a serious incident of a highly political nature to our respective governments.
They can't invoke a consular court just like that.
Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our government's making secret agreements about her fate, does it?
Something strange is going on.
So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan.
I'm afraid that for the young student, today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her.
I don't believe it.
The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministries demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. But it's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil, this new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink.
But Professor... You're right. This is no time for gloomy faces.
We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun.
In that case, might I suggest La Carnival?
As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink.
You're a detective, Hosonaga-san, aren't you?
Let's not worry about details for now. To La Carnival! Will you accompany us, Professor? Of course. La Carnival's food is second to none.
I shall go and attend to the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release.
Oh, yes, thank you. So, Giselle Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Cosmo. Yes, no, Ryunosuke? I just wanted to say thanks again, that's all. You really saved my skin today.
I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work.
Well, skills made the difference, though. One day I'll bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world.
I'm not so sure about that.
To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me.
Come on, be serious.
If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. You have a natural talent for it. For being a defense lawyer, I mean.
Oh, no, not me. All that tense verbal combat, I never want to go through that again.
I just did what you told me to, that's all. Because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry, what do you mean, that's the point? Listen, Ryunosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win? Knowledge of the law? No, the ability to believe. To believe? To believe what? A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believed in me when I said that I didn't do it. I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom you can really be backed into a corner. Being able to remain faithful to what you chose to believe in even then. Well, it's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client.
Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience. But you never stopped believing in me. Well, You faced seemingly hopeless situations time and again. But you never stopped looking for the truth. In the end, you found it. Through your own efforts. Because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Cosma. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Ryunosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. It sounds serious. What is... Oh. You're still here, are you? Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. And your study tour to Great Britain, don't forget. Ah, yes. That too.
Okay, you left it off. You were like, oh, we'll talk again later. We'll have a conversation again later about this. You're definitely gonna fucking die. I'm calling it right now. You're gonna die.
So, my very first trial came to an end. Cosma. Professor Mikotoba. Susato-san, who acted as my assistant. Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still.
Come on, don't fucking undersell him like that.
It's because of the help and support of all the people that I managed to get through that trial. More importantly, Cosma hadn't managed yet to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize,
Oh, uh-huh.
just how much it would change my life.
Oh, okay. So he does get to ask it at some point, is what you're saying. Defense debut. That was the achievement. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Alright. Well, we'll be getting to that next time. But before we depart, I'll be, as usual, checking to see if we have any art. So give me just a moment to go and look for that real quick. But yeah, I really enjoyed that case. Like I said, you know, yeah, it's a little bit long in the tooth to a certain extent, but I still really clicked with it a lot. I really like these characters a lot so far. I really like the general tone. I really like that it has a little bit more of a world-building intrigue to it with the historical setting and like the themes kind of on display already. Yeah, not to say that, like, you know, I don't mean to throw, I forget his name, the guy that writes, you know, Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice. I don't mean to throw that guy under the bus or anything, but, like, genuinely, it's so evident right from the start that, like, oh yeah, we got Shu Takumi back. You know what I mean? Like, it's really obvious from the start that, like, the character writing, the setup, the actual, like, I don't know, there's just something about it. There's a flavor to, Takeshi Yamazaki, that's right, that's his name. But yeah, it's got a really distinct Takumi feeling to it. It's very obviously his writing, and I'm very happy to have that back. Oh my god, I can't believe how much I missed it. Oh jeez. But anywho, I got stuff from Tumblr pulled up. And now I'm pulling up the stuff that's on StreamArt and the server real quick, so give me just 2 seconds. Yo! Oh, that's really cool. We'll get to that in just a second. Okay. So, let's pull up the fan art window. Alright. So, starting off with this from I Am in Debt on Tumblr. Excited for TGAA, can't wait to see what happens. Also, I love Ryunosuke's bug eye stare, so awesome. Yes! Yes! And then we got this. Wow, what a babby. So cute. Very good Ryunosuke's. We have this meme submitted by Monsieur in the Discord server. Giselle Brett praying to Ryunosuke to receive the death sentence for a murder she committed. I need you to kill Ryunosuke Naruhodo, please. Oh, jeez. Let's read that super chat real quick from the Baconing with the 2. Of course it's a Shu Takumi game. He references Hottie. Yeah, that's true. I never said that Shu Takumi was perfect. Just that I really like his writing more so than the other ones that have been working on the series, but yeah. Anyway. Holy shit, $200 in one stream is wild. It really is. Thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate that. First streams of Ace Attorney games tend to do pretty well, so I was kind of expecting it to be more than usual, but that's still an insane payout. I do really appreciate that, guys. Thank you. And lastly, but not leastly, we have this from Arctica on the Discord server. Marcy Nosuke Naruhodo always thought a girl's version of the university uniform would look something like this. This is so cute! This is so cute! I really love this. You did a fantastic job with this. This is so fun. Holy shit. Man. So now we have both we have both this and Susato drawn out, so that's really fun. I appreciate that so much, Arctica. Thank you. I really, really appreciate that. Oh, interesting note from Normal Gabriel there. This is a minor point that hasn't come up much yet, but to my understanding, when they use son, they're speaking Japanese in universe, and when they use Mr. and Mrs., they're speaking in English. That's interesting. Hadn't thought about that. But yeah, fantastic, fantastic job with this. Really, really like this. So let's flip through everything again real quick. Well. I would dare say that this was a great first stream of the Great Ace Attorney. I really enjoyed myself. And I hope you guys enjoyed yourselves too. Did you miss my meme? I didn't see one. Oh, are you talking about the Pop Team Epic one? I mean, I just didn't pull it up because it wasn't like edited or drawn or anything. It was just from the original panel. But yeah. Is there anything else that I had to go over real quick? Yeah, no problem. I just, yeah. But yeah, so Fate on Friday, as usual. Mystery stream on Sunday. Look forward to that. Please make sure to tune in for the mystery stream. I'm sure you'll enjoy that. And then more of... Oh, wait. Well, actually, no. Not more of this next Tuesday. Sorry. That'll be the Tuesday after, because next Tuesday is going to be Deltarune again. That's right. Deltarune Chapter 2 next Tuesday. But, yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Thank you so much for watching. And I will see you guys later. Thank you. Goodbye.